Right, we're in the koto and very warm welcome this morning at an 8:30 start for the Finance and Performance Committee meeting for our deliberations. So before we get underway, I'll open us with a prayer. God our Father, we gather here today and ask for your blessing on our work, on our thinking, on our dialogue, on our actions. Send us your spirit so that we may discern the better way, mindful of the impact on our decisions, especially on those who are most vulnerable and on the earth, our common home. Help us to treat each other with respect so that all can have their say. May we let in the fresh air of humour and good grace. Let us not cling to long held opinion, but be prepared to listen, to change our minds, to be surprised by insight and new perspectives. Let us leave room for your spirit to inspire, to challenge, to change. We make this in all our prayers through Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you, councillors. We are all present. Are there any declarations of conflicts of interest in relation to today's items of business? Reports. So, Brian, your team's going to introduce the deliberations paper.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, everyone. So we're not going to spend a lot of time introducing this report. You've had the report since Friday, and I will take the report as read. We want to allow as much time as possible for questions that you may have, and bearing in mind that the directions from our submissions meetings, I believe we've addressed those directions in this report. I will briefly hand over to Raj, who will just give you a short summary, and then we'll get straight into hand back over to you, Your Worship.
Your Worship, good morning, councillors, morning staff, and thanks, Brian. Just follow through with Brian. The team has pulled together. It was a really good discussion following the hearings, and got some really good, clear direction from councillors with regards to additional information that you needed to make decisions or give council management some clear directions. Today, we have incorporated, I believe, the additional information that you need in the report. So today it's getting, I guess, as part of determination, resolution from council with regards to items we've consulted, and also any other items of significance that the ratepayers have included in the submission. What I've also included in the report will be the next steps, is what's following this meeting today. And the key thing is the audit process that's going to commence next week on Monday. Auditors arrive on Monday to go over the final LTP, and following that will be the adoption of the LTP on 31st July. So I think it will be quite, and I think Your Worship, you're going to go through each items, and I think it will be good for us to then, and as we talk about each item for consultation or each item in the report, staff can provide additional information as required or answer questions from yourself and your teams.
Thanks, Raj. Just a quick reminder, councillors, that the meeting is recorded. So that's running at the moment. I thought, and thanks to alluding that, Raj, what I thought we'll do is we'll go through the report, we'll go through each of the items that we consulted on, and everyone will have the opportunity to ask questions before us looking to see if there's a motion on the floor, and then we'll have conversation after that, if everyone's comfortable with that. Right, the first item that we've got is on so the rates smoothing consultation item 1. So the options there were 3 options given to us by officers. Does anyone have any questions further clarified on this item? It appears to be. Actually, now I had asked Ellie, is it possible to bring those motion up onto the screen. I just thought it might be easier, councillors, if the recommendations were coming up so that we could actually see those and run those live. Okay. Right. Okay, so the advice from officers there. So the recommendation is on item 6.2.1. So that the Finance and Performance Committee note the submissions received on the key consultation issue 1 regarding the options for rate smoothing, that the long-term plan 2024 be finalised using option. Does anyone like to move an option for discussion? Councillor John?
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, I've given this quite a lot of thought, but the more I think about it, the more I believe that we should have no smoothing. Bite the bullet, take the hit in year 1. People are expecting a big increase in rates as country. The effect on subsequent years is to reduce the rates by quite a bit. The cost of smoothing is just too great, and I think it sends, as one submitter commented, it's sending the wrong message about user pays. So I believe we should option 1 is the appropriate option, no smoothing.
Are you moving that option, Councillor Johns? Are you seeking to move that option? Okay, we type that up. So got the first part in Ali. Okay. I'll take Councillor Ward's as a seconder. Sorry, Mike. It is easier if we can put it up so that people know exactly what they're seconding. That's probably my preference. Not so tough on one that's clear, very tough on one that's not. Wonderful, thank you. Okay. So we have a mover and a seconder that we have no rates smoothing as on. Peter, you've spoken to the motion. Do you wish to speak to it formally?
Only to add that over the past several years, we've tended to artificially cover the true cost of activity in the coming year by reducing rates and basically pushing the cost out to following years, and it's created a situation where suddenly it's biting us in the proverbial. Hopefully we've learnt from that lesson, and if that's what it's going to cost, that's what it's going to cost. Let's face it now, while people are expecting a fairly big increase anyway, and it's less costly overall to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Wards, do you wish to speak?
I speak in support of the motion that Councillor Johns has proposed. There are some principles that I'm applying to my decision making all throughout this morning, and one of them, it'll be no surprise to my colleagues around the table, there are a couple of principles where I've been in favour of this all along. Kicking the can down the road is not an option as far as I'm concerned, and the less we have to borrow, if we don't have to, then that will be an influence on my decision making. So I fully support the motion as it stands. I think there are some improvements we could make very quickly along the way, but
Thank you, Councillor Wards. The item's open for debate. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I've found this one personally a bit of a difficult one as well. My personal pick would be not to smooth, as it's just delaying the inevitable. However, I do believe in the power of consultation, and it's really clear that the majority of our submitters wanted some form of rates relief. So if you have a look at the submissions that came through, 75% of those that submitted chose either 3 years smoothing or 6 years smoothing. Although 6 years was the most picked option, out of all of the submitters that didn't get an outright majority, so 51% of people chose no smoothing or 3 years smoothing. So looking at not our preferred option, but the other two. So with that in mind, I won't be supporting this motion. I would more favour a compromise of 3 years. So if this motion does fail, I will be looking to move option 2, which is 3 years smoothing.
Thank you, Councillor Gilmore. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Sutherland.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Scott took the words right out of my mouth, really, and I was in the same boat. And with respect to Councillor Peter, I don't really think we've hidden issues. Urban ratepayers, significant numbers of urban ratepayers, and Danny and Pahiatua have had rates increases of 20% over the last 2 years. If we go for, and it's all about affordability with me, as it is right around New Zealand. If we go with no smoothing at the moment, I'm inclined to think, I haven't seen it, it's a 17% increase for urban ratepayers, but we could probably see, and it'd be interesting to do that exercise, could probably see a number of urban ratepayers receiving over 20% rate increases a year, this year again. And I think their ships are wallowing with the weight, really. It is kicking the can down the road a little bit, but I think what's come out of this long-term plan, if nothing else, that we've certainly examined ourselves very clearly, and there's a real willingness to look at all sorts of cost saving and all sorts of methods of trying to lean ourselves. And who knows what next year or the year after might bring. We all know that the long-term plan is likely to be very different, actually, after year 3. So I think it's easy to say let's take it now, but I think a lot of urban ratepayers have had possibly catching close to perhaps a 50 to 60% increase in rates in the last 3 years, if we include the year 1 of this. And I'm in Scott's court with his view and his comment about the motion. Thanks, Richard.
Thank you. Councillor Franklin and Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've given this one a lot of thought too, and relied very heavily on the submissions to help make that decision. And I support the 3 years for very much the same reasons. I won't go over the same ground, but again, it's about reaching some middle ground rather than having a massive high now and then bringing it down for 2 years. I think if we just soften it a little bit, that to me is more smoothing than anything. Thank you.
Councillors, you've got 2 short. Okay, we've had 3 speak against. Councillor Peter Weber.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, I looked and I've mulled over this for quite a long time as well, and I was between options 1 and 2. I mean, most people come back and said they wanted option 3, which was 6 years, but because of the cost of 645,000 extra, that didn't sit well with me. So that's why I came back to the 3 years or no smoothing. But I'm, with the times that everyone's going through at the moment, things are pretty hard out there. I'm in favour of option 2.
Thanks, councillor Peter Weber. We have had 4 people speak against the motion. I'll call the motion that has a first and a seconder. Councillor Johns, would you like a right of reply before we take a vote?
Hear what you say, and I too had similar thoughts initially that might have been the best option, but still came down on for the reasons I mentioned earlier, that it is kicking it down the road, and it's hiding the fact. It's just hiding it, and hoping that over the next couple of years things are going to be better and people will have more money and they'll be able to pay. Who are we kidding? Let's just face the facts and suck it up.
Thank you, councillor Johns. I'll put the motion to the floor that the Finance and Performance Committee meeting note the submissions received on the key consultation issue 1 regarding the options for rate smoothing, that the long-term plan 2024-34 be finalised using option 1 with no rates smoothing. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Right, councillors, I will call for division and we will record it. Right, all those in favour of option 1, raise your hands. So I have councillor Wards, councillor Wallace, councillor Johns and councillor Long. Those against option 1, we have councillor Gilmore, councillor Sutherland, councillor Peter Weber, councillor Chase and councillor Franklin. The motion is lost. Councillor Gilmore, would you like to propose your second motion?
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Yes, so I would, as indicated, like to move option 2, rate smoothing over 3 years.
So we have the second option coming onto the screen, proposing option 2, rate smoothing of 3 years, moved by councillor Gilmore, seconded by councillor Franklin. Councillor Gilmore, do you wish to speak to that?
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. I'll only speak very, very briefly because my comments haven't changed particularly. I do just want to address one point within this, and there's been some commentary of kicking the can down the road, and that's something I'm fundamentally opposed to as well. One thing I see as an advantage of doing this is further down in the report, the Chief Executive has listed some different efficiencies and savings that we hope to make as a council. And personally, I think that we could go further and we could do more. And if we can do those things, hopefully we will be able to soften the blow in further years. At this point in the long-term plan, Councillor Sutherland has put it quite well. We have very, very, very high rates increases, particularly for urban, and affordability is absolutely a focus that we've talked about. We have some significant work to be able to smooth the rates increases over future years, but actually make some changes to make an impact to that rating burden. So 3 hopefully provides a balance to that objective.
Thank you, councillor Gilmore. Councillor Franklin, do you wish to speak to?
No, I think councillor Scott's covered everything. Thank you.
Councillors, the item's open for debate. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Sutherland.
Just very briefly, Mayor Tracy, thanks. Scott's probably treating a leading point on this for me, but this, I didn't want to go labour it all day, but one of the reasons too, I sat a bit for holding back a little bit. There are some going forward in this plan and also in our own asset management plans. There's some unknowns at the moment around financing costs of infrastructure and reliability on funding streams that concerns me in roading and 3 waters. And rate, just holding it back a little bit. We may need a little bit more headroom for ratepayers next year and the year after. So hence I'm being a bit cautious with loading the rates at this particular moment. Really.
Councillor Sullivan, are there any further discussions? I think, councillors, this was a difficult one, even in recommending the preferred option, because what's prudent on one hand is to let the costs lie where they lie. But we also see the extreme pain that's out in the community right now, and especially as those interest rates are showing, they're not showing any signs of let up in the changes that people have got to mortgage rates, and it's tough out there. So it was a tough decision for me, but I think given the consultation items that we have, I saw option 2 as a middle ground of being able to offer that assistance. But likewise, we have got some changes coming forward over and some of the rationalisation that we're looking at that may be able to change that. So I support option 2. Does anyone wish to speak against that option? Because I'll put the motion to the vote and I'll call division from the outset. All right. That the Finance and Performance Committee note the submissions received on key consultation issue 1 regarding options for rate smoothing, that the long-term plan 2024-34 be finalised using option 2, rate smoothing of 3 years. Sorry, Councillor Gilmore, would you like the last writer reply? No. Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. Councillor Gilmore, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Petty-Weber, Councillor Chase, Councillor Franklin and myself. Those against, Councillor Wards, Councillor Wallace and thank you, councillors.
Tracy, we felt seek better direction coming from council following this resolution. And the question that I have is that we are going to be making further decisions as part of the deliberation, so that will have an impact on overall racing rates. And though the draft option 2 we have proposed a 12% in year 1 in rate smoothing, that may change. Finally, where we land the rate increases. So I guess a better direction, if possible, so the staff can go away and once we finalize the budget, where we see the overall rate increases. So 2.
One is where the sector allocation sits, because currently you could see that in terms of where the sector allocation sits, the urban players are taking a larger share of the sector allocation, and that's primarily driven from Three Waters. Yeah. So I see no grounds for us to change, but that's changing the underlying budget. However, there's a tool that we tend to use, which is a uniform annual general charge that we tend to adjust to balance the sector. I guess a better direction for the councillors whether we try and maintain the same sector balance as per the consultation document, or there is a desire from council for us to look at shifting ever so slightly and adjusting the UAGC. So I guess that's first. And the second question I have is the underfunding that we have done for the draft. It's mainly underfunding the transportation depreciation funding. And one of the items that we have in here, it is the NLTP budget has reduced. So that means that overall rolling bucket would reduce. So I guess it would be quite good that maybe when we talk about that determination, we then do with the underfunding and depreciation, because the rolling race requirement would be reduced based on the indicative information from NLTP. So I'll park that question, Mayor Tracy, when we come to talk about NLT. But I guess the first is just some direction from council as to whether we maintain the same sector allocation or there's a desire for us to adjust it. We can answer it now, or we could look at it at the end of the meeting. But this is an important direction for staff.
Councillor Gilmore and then Councillor Sutherland.
Thank you.
Thanks for posing that, Raj. I am a little bit concerned with adding, I guess, a pretty big decision without information within our papers. I mean, clearly as we were going to go through the three options, any of those three options could have landed. So I suppose my concern about giving direction right now is I'm not sure if that really follows the principles of good decision making, because we haven't been able to necessarily weigh up the consequences. So my suggestion would be that we look to do that towards the end and hopefully have a little bit more information as to what the implications for our ratepayers might be.
Thanks, Councillor Gilmore. I've got a suggestion for that. Councillor Sutherland.
Thanks, Tracy. I was going to agree that similar to Scott, there's a couple of decisions relating to rural with non-contiguous and differentials. Depending on those, they may shift demand. That could tweak the rating around that sector, which will influence this. So I think we're better to park this to the end and see what decisions have been made around those issues, and also any issues around national land transport, because they could have quite a significant impact.
Thanks, Raj. I know that gives you a little bit of a tight time frame, but yeah, we'll have a look at that at the conclusion.
Thank you, Your Worship. Happy with that.
Okay, councillors. Consultation issue 2. Right. I'll take the paper as read. There's quite a few options to go through there, and one correction to item 6.4.8. So just checking everybody got those corrections and read through those. Then a recommendation that the Finance and Performance Committee note the submissions received on key consultation issue 2 regarding funding for the Pahia to a swimming pool, and that the long-term plan 2024 be finalised using option. Councillors, is there any questions for officers before we look into that? Councillor Johns.
On page 11 there's the 6.4.8. The operational cost of the new pool did not proceed. And there's a depreciation line there from year 1 through to year 10. What's the current depreciation on that pool in the bucket?
Email.
In the email.
That was the email that I mentioned from Sarah, just noting those figures. If you look to the top of my emails and send it to you.
Just before we sort of get into a bit of debate about it, I just want to ask a couple of questions, 2 questions. The depreciation, the long-term plan depreciation of 145 grand through you to Sarah, is our depreciation term for this project 20 years, Sarah? Is it?
What's the timeline on that?
Depreciation for this item?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe this pool has a life of 55 years, which is what the depreciation is budgeted on. The asset within our model is at $6.1 million, so the depreciation is calculated off that. We use a straight line method.
Thank you. Second question, Richard. Maybe I missed something there. The options in here for the total cost of the pool. Yeah. Now, you put the mic up here. Oh, sorry.
Look at that. just looking at the total cost of the pools through the options, maybe I'm missing something. So we have got 3.1, 2.1, 105. And just go to 6.49, 3.1 million. I'm missing here. Are those figures the total cost of the project? The cost of the pool? Someone just enlighten me, what's that 3.1 figure? What is that figure?
Sorry.
3.1 million.
Sorry, through you, your worship, the 3.1 is the 2.5 council's contribution per the preferred option in the long-term plan, and then the additional 600,000 that has already been approved, utilised. I'm not sure the status of the full utilisation of that, but that's where this 3.1 comes from.
That's our cost. Yeah.
That's okay. Scott, just want to clarify that figure. Thank you.
Any questions, councillors? No. Right, councillor Chase, apologies.
In your operational costs, is the insurance cost going to be the same, or is that need to be updated?
Through worship, the insurance costs, if the pool is to proceed within the operational grant that council will be providing, the $259,000 line, it includes an insurance cost for the new pool. The insurance cost that is isolated within the detail is the insurance cost for the current pool. I can't determine any increase or decrease in what that insurance cost would be until a decision on if we were to retain, if we were to repair, if we were to sell. So that is an unknown that I was not able to determine.
Thanks, Sarah. Questions, councillors? None?
Questions or comments?
There was questions of officers, but if you've got a comment, councillor Wards.
This was very complex, and before we get to make a decision around it, I appreciate the amount of work that the staff have had to quickly do this, because it highlighted to me, and especially given our workshop yesterday, Your Worship, I've mulled over what the risks of doing it and not doing it. And so I did some figures, around what we might save if we didn't go ahead. What were the risks if we didn't go ahead? Effectively, I think it came down to, once I got my calculator going, that we, over the course of this long-term plan, or at least the first 3 years, because that's what I focus on, we were effectively going to be saving $1 million by saying no. There were some other issues that I considered around the risks of losing the support that the fundraising has already had. I appreciate there was a mention of a refund for the resource consent if we didn't go ahead. So someone had been going line by line thinking, yes, blah, 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 blah. So the detail that's been provided here, I think, was effective enough for me to come to a decision, and I would really like to hear everyone's view on this, Your Worship.
Absolutely, and thanks, councillor Wards. This is a considerable decision for this community, and one that, as you can tell from the paper, has been in discussion for quite some time. So the community do deserve that. So I'm happy to hear from every councillor on this, and I think the public deserve that. Councillor Johns.
The annual operating costs I've seen are about 130 odd thousand, compared with Y-Splash at 365. Might be more than that, but that's what we're providing. So I assume it's actually greater than 365. I guess my concern is, how true a figure is that? Is that just a pluck I mean, you put these figures together and how factual are they? Has there been any experience? Have we got any information from other pools of similar this sprung type pool system to get some sort of guidance as to running costs?
Not the capital cost that worries me, it's the operational cost.
I'd like to answer that.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, it's a very good question. A lot of these figures were pulled from the business case that the trust, the Bush Aquatic Trust put together, and obviously been analysed and added to through our own financial team. But also bear in mind that we are doing a 17A review this year on all our pools, so we'll have a lot more, I think, accuracy around that data when we start scrutinising these in a lot more detail. So, you know, would this be 100% accurate? No, I doubt that. But once we get through that 17A process and look at all our pools across the district, we'll have more confidence in those numbers.
Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Wallace.
Thanks, Tracy. Yeah, they're a really difficult subject, this, and you can understand, and you know, the passion and the belief of the Paitua people is significant, but it is a major decision. But Peter made some comment about costs. I looked at the reports, and there's been a lot of reports done in the business cases, and there's been quite a change of figures operationally through all those reports. It was quite hard, and I can understand the difficulty too of getting accuracy, because it was who was providing the reports, and the figures that, you know, estimates about management of the pools and operational costs varied, and the bottom lines varied a bit too. So it was quite hard to get a handle on that. But I appreciate the comments so far. But to me, there was a lot of the full submissions that were made were those that really analysed the costs going forward of not doing it. The rest, it was from the heart and the community. I can appreciate that. But we're doing a 17A review of all pools, which will include this. And I took a lot of note from Sport New Zealand and Kelly's submission about the success of some pools, new pools, and the abysmal failures of some pools around New Zealand. And I thought, you know, a bit of time, there's been a year or so gone past since the last report, maybe a couple, 21, 22, 21, I think. A bit of time's moved on. Costs certainly have changed. In my heart, I'm sort of in favour of this, but I'm thinking, is it quite the right time to dive into this pool? I know kicking it down the road a little further, but we're going to analyse this greatly. I just feel uneasy, but is there a way of holding off for 12 months? I'll be interested to hear everybody's view a little bit on this.
Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, this is a real interesting position we're all in. Going what Councillor Sullivan said, you know, people's hearts are in this, but I'm sorry, where I'm sitting, we just had a discussion on money, and this is a money thing. And there was a phrase used, we got last Friday, and it said, you can have a grand design or a budget design, but we all want that grand design. But I'm sorry, in my opinion, I cannot, for the sake of ratepayers, hand on heart, load them with this at this present time.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. I thought I'd jump in the queue because it seems we're getting into the debate part of it. So this is a really big decision for our council to make, and I suppose the first thing I want to do is commend the volunteers from the Bush Aquatic Trust for all the planning and for all the work, remembering that they are all volunteers in their community. Raising $2.5 million is no small feat, and my belief is if this is approved, the remaining funding, and we've had indications of that, will fall into place really quickly. My position, sorry, this is a bit echoey. My position on the Paeatua pool has always been to let the community decide if they're willing to pay more for a higher level of service. The feedback that we received through our consultation period was hugely resounding. 92% of submitters that responded said that they were in favour. And personally, I believe it would be an absolute mockery of consultation if we just ignored that. While I was out there discussing their long-term plan with people, and some of my colleagues may have heard the same, I heard people saying, what is the point in submitting? Because you will just ignore us anyway. And that has really played a big part for me. What I found really interesting with this, and I have heard in this chamber a few times that Paeatua people want this or Paeatua people support this, but the submissions did not just come from Paeatua people. There were submissions across the district that were in support of it. Notably, the Dannevirke Community Board submitted in support of the new pool, as did both of our iwi. No matter what we do in this area, it's going to be expensive. So the current pool appears to be stuffed, and I don't subscribe to the view that's been raised by one of our submitters in this chamber that Paeatua, our second largest town, can go without a pool. I just absolutely don't subscribe to that as being an option when all of our other main towns have one. So I just want to talk about operational costs quickly, because absolutely operational costs will be higher. And it probably might be a bit funny for me where I'm talking about costs throughout this process to be in favour of it. But I am in favour of us going ahead, even with the extra costs and the rating impact, because our submitters told us directly that they were happy to pay more for a higher level of service. This isn't us as council adding extra costs. This is us going out for a proposal to our community, listing how much it might cost extra per year and asking if they're willing to fund that. 92% of people told us that they were. I'm also really heartened by the Bush Aquatic Trust's commitment to continue fundraising to offset some of those operational costs. And one of our submissions that we had from YSplash, it was not lost on me how much money they had raised through external funding. Noting in the annual plan, my first kind of encounter with them, they talked about starting that process of raising additional funding, and that was significant. So that is proof for me that it is absolutely possible to do it. There's another really important thing, issue here that I want to raise, and that's equity. All ratepayers right across our district have for 26 years paid for YSplash. And I don't begrudge that at all, but I do think that fair is fair. I also just quickly want to acknowledge the submission from Positively Woodville, who weren't in favour of the pool going ahead. And I'm really grateful for them and everyone else that submitted for sharing their perspective. Mayor Tracy, I don't think it's prudent to spend even $1 more on the old Paeatua pool. It's literally just throwing money into a literal leaking hole. So with that in mind, when we do get to the motions, just indicating that my support will be for option 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gilmore. Councillor Long.
Through you, Mayor Tracy. This Paeatua pool has kept me awake at night. It's been astounding, stressful to me. I've taken note of the Paeatua community and trust with their energy and fundraising effort, and I take note of that. The other one was the submissions received, taken note of that. the old pool is dead and dusted. I would spend money on it to prepare it for sale. That's all, nothing else, and not as a pool. So with that in mind, and also because of at some stage there's going to have to be a pool put in Paeatua, now is the cheapest time to do it, and probably 3 years ago was too. So, and with that, and with the energy of the Paeatua people, I'm going to vote in favour of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Councillor Peter Weber.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, this has been definitely a hard decision, and there's the committee have done a lot of studies which with the business case and other ones that we've been able to read and look at the history and the many years and the energy that they've put into this pool. And I feel personally, knowing myself being involved with committees and stuff, that if we don't support this, we probably won't ever get this option again where the community are going to fundraise this much money to support a pool in Paeatua. And I do believe that trying to fix the old pool is just like putting a band-aid on. And like someone else said, it is just a leaking hole. There was looking at the options, option 3 showed us that if we went to go ahead with the new pool does not proceed and the refurbishment of the existing pool proceeds, it's still going to cost us 2.1 million to fix and put a band-aid on that we can't guarantee that's going to leak again, and it's not going to be as efficient as a new pool with energy. So there'll be energy savings there as well. With that, the other thing I want to note was this is out of all options or all the long-term plan. This was the one that 410 people out of the 499 submitters replied to this one, whereas no other topic in this LTP was as popular as this one. And so 378 submitters were for the pool. So with that, I'd like to support funding the pool.
Thank you, Councillor Peter Weber. Councillor Franklin.
Thank you, Worship. I'm very mindful of my position in this, and I certainly don't want to be seen as being predetermined. I just wanted to make a couple of points along the way as a Pahiatua resident and the local councillor there, and that is my absolute utmost respect for both the Bush Aquatic Trust and Bush Multisport Trust for the work that they have done in our community, the funds they have raised, and their plans for the future funding for this pool. They've got some work already underway. So I have absolute confidence in them. I wanted to actually thank very sincerely Mike and the PMO for that report. That was so valuable. It's kind of the information I've been trying to find out so that you can actually get the whole picture. So that report was just so good to receive on a Friday. It was a good news on a Friday. So I wanted to actually mention that it was an excellent report. And again, I've been on council for 8 years now, and I've never seen submissions like this before. And I don't think in the history of this council we would have seen this much groundswell of support for something. And I think for me, the children from St. Anthony's School who submitted actually carried the most weight, and it would have been lovely to have had a couple of their senior students come and present, but I think once that was sort of realised, it was a little bit late. But that was really gratifying, and to actually read those children. I spoke to the principal the other day, and she said these kids weren't guided with this, and it was the little girl who talked about the lack of privacy, the lack of showers, basic things that one would expect at a swimming baths in this modern day and age. These are preteen kids that feel like that. So that was actually really powerful, I felt. And I agree, we can't afford to keep pouring money into a leaking pool that's at its end of life. When we look at our water being our most valuable asset, And the fact that for 10 years now, this pool has been topped up every single day of the season with town treated water. And this year, particularly because we've had such a dry winter, really, compared to normal up till now, you know, our rivers are still quite low. And we can't afford to keep taking money out of our reserves, our water out of our reservoirs to fill up a swimming pool. So those for me were the most important issues. And yeah, 26 years of paying towards, as a community, towards the Dannyburg pool, as not as again, as Councillor Scott said, certainly don't resent that at all. However, that I think that equity issue is really valid. Thank you, Councillor Scott. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chase.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tracy. Yes, I've this one has been a bit of a worry for me financially wise, but with the support of both the iwis and majority of the Southern Ward, I have to look at the other social well-beings for the whole of the Tararua district, and providing them with a swimming pool would help contribute to that from the council. So I agree with all my other councillors that are in support for this pool. And I'm also in agreement with Kerry about the concerns of the running of the pool. That's my only concern, is how much is that going to cost us as a council after the fact that we've given this loan to Pahia Toa Swimming Aquatics, which I honestly think they will find the money to run the business as it is, as we've seen the success of the Bush Multi-Sports Complex and the amount of volunteers that are willing to ensure that their community has all the facilities that they do have. So I do see that kind of answers my question for the operational cost, but I also like the fact that we are doing the 17A review, which will also strengthen my concerns with the business operations of the pool, which is my honest concerns for this. So I will be voting in favour for us to support the Pahia Toa pool.
Thank you, Councillor Chase. Just one clarification. You said normally you would only speak once, but in the essence, this is a serious consideration for us. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Willis, I'll allow that.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yes, as I said before, my concerns are more about ongoing operational costs. And I particularly didn't want to see another Y-splash example involved in the district, but I do take on board, and I've had the same feelings myself, the comments that Scott made and Erina. I'm aware of that, and I'm also aware that there are times in communities when individuals off their own bat get up and get things going, and they need support. And this has come from the community. It's not an idea that's come from council to go out for consultation. This has come from the community itself, and it's evidently highly supported. And to reiterate Scott's comment about making a mockery of consultation if we ignore the support it's had, I'm in favour of the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. Councillor Willis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, there's two things I picked up on about the mockery about people that submit. If everyone's the power of submission, which is good, but there's a lot. We've also got to put this in a colourful or in a full circle of. There's a lot of people there didn't get into submitting because they didn't get passionately interested. So, you know, to be fair to everyone, it's not, you know, they didn't do it. So, well, in this case, they're paying the price because by your figures, you can say 90%. The other thing I would like to just realise that 24 years ago, the seed funding, which is what we're doing here again, was also given, right, the last time around, so Bush Multisports could get off the ground. And it was their passion after they got that seed funding, which is exactly what we're doing again now. And they did a great job in doing their multi-sports. But just remember the council of the day, and I go back to what former councillor Jim Crispin said, and it was a good colourful because there's a lot of history here, and you know the comment about Danneberg people have been Pai Tour people have been paying for White Splash. Well, yeah, but we also been paying for the other properties which were given and so forth for what was happening down in Pai Tour. So we've got to be careful and make sure everyone knows. And just finally, there's a lot of people watch this program now. It's a huge following on YouTube. Could you please tell the people the 17A report coming forward, just what that actually means if this goes ahead, and to all the ratepayers that are going to see what a 17A report means for this pool.
Councillor Wallace, and that is a good point, and it's one that I've asked myself as well. I'll get the Chief Executive to talk about the 17A. Councillor Wards, did you wish to make a comment prior to the Chief Executive giving that?
Thank you, Tracy, for your discretion and allowing me to speak, because my opening comments weren't there for debate, and I wasn't indicating what my decision might be. Some of you might think I'm the Grinch from Christmas, as that seems to be the role I usually take on these matters. But I've reflected a lot on the process that we've gone through here. Initially, when this concept was first being proposed, I was, doom and gloom merchant. But I guess it's in the last week as we've listened to submissions and I've reflected on all of the things that we're trying to put into this plan. And I know I'm the reminder of all of this to everyone around here. And I thought what turned me around, because probably for the majority of this time, I would have voted against us going ahead with this. The power of people sitting in front of you and looking you in the eye is huge. And I've always advocated that. But there was one comment made by one of our submitters last week that I think has mulled into my mind, and I've looked at the risks and looked at what the advantages might be. But it was the word used by Rangatane about hope. And this is the one item that provides hope for our district. And when I reflect on, and I've already talked to Carter about what we might be discussing in our next strategy, growth and planning, is I've asked her and the team and all of us to reflect on the decisions we make here enable this. And so taking into account, I'm getting quite emotional here. Taking into account what our community, our Southern Ward, and we're not going to talk about that language anymore as far as I'm concerned, the passion, the wish for our future to have some hope. Equity, ideally, yes, I would have loved the Section 17A review, but I think to be able to make a rational decision, but I'm prepared to wait as long as we defer some of those drawdowns that we've discussed, and I will support this.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Can I just clarify the comment you made around as long as we hold on some of those drawdowns as discussed? You're talking year 1 and year 2, because I did struggle a little bit with that when I actually saw what those numbers meant. I did say to myself, what's the point? So do you just want to talk to that a little bit more?
What I'm saying is there are risks in us not putting, the spade in the ground. There are risks that we lose, and yesterday's workshop was really helpful for me to line all those up at 2:00 this morning, was the risks in losing the impetus that's got the community to this stage, the impetus that we've got people out there, external funders prepared to back us. I believe, and I will endorse what Councillor Franklin said about the preparation that the PMO team have put into this. we've got this sus, but I still think there are ways and means of not dragging this out. That's not what I'm trying to say, of ensuring we manage the costs in the first year, 2 years, to be able to make sure that this is a happening thing.
Thank you for clarifying that. Brian, could I ask you to talk about the 17A, because that's also something that I raised, and then I'll make a comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think it's actually a really good point that Councillor Wallace raised in terms of the language we sometimes use, we take for granted. It's almost speaking a different language. So effectively, the Section 17A review is part of the Local Government Act, but really, in short, it's a review of how we deliver the service, the operational service, to ensure that we're delivering it in the most effective means and efficient means. So it will look at various options in terms of how a service can be delivered, and it will come with a recommendation on which one is the best. And that will look at costs, resourcing, a wide range of operational factors.
That can come back to you, Councillor Nash, are you happy with that?
Thank you.
Okay. Councillors, and look, you know, in a perfect decision-making world, when I read the paper and the information and it came back and you know, I thought, what happens if we get that 17A first? And then I had to debate with myself, you know, and actually what was that going to tell me? And it came back to a decision needs to be made today. And we have, if you look at the work that the community's done, the number of reports that we've had, you know, we can't kick this down the road any further, and the community need to know where they stand. Having been involved for a long time with it, the Bush Aquatic Trust have gone through every hoop. If we've asked for something, they've done it. They have indicated their support to continue fundraising for this. They have got a huge track record, and we've always backed, you know, I've always backed the community when they step forward with a project like this. I think that they've done an outstanding job. I remember the words that they knew that, you know, many years ago, they knew they had one shot to have a dream and a vision for their district, and they actually went about and made that happen. And they have had an incredible amount of funding support. When I looked at the other options of relining, and you know, then you start thinking about, actually it's not just the pool, it's the sheds, it's everything about it. And some days, you know, even in adversity, it takes courage to make that decision and to invest in a community. The operational costs do concern us all, there's no doubt about that, but actually I also know that this community will work with us, we will work through this, and there are processes for that. So when I had a look at the decision, I looked and I thought there are no more reasons that we could say no, or I could say no to this project. So with that, I also give it my support. I know that this isn't being a normal process, but actually I think the public deserve to actually hear everything that we've been through. And we often get that in understanding how decision making works. So I think that for something so big, this has been really helpful. So I do thank you for that, councillors. And with that, would we just bring that motion up, that Finance and Performance Committee note the submissions received on key consultation issue 2 regarding the funding for the Pāhiatua swimming pool. And then, councillors, do I have someone that would like to make a motion, and someone that's worked very hard for this? Councillor Franklin, many years work. Sorry, Councillor Franklin, can I just, maybe I was too smiley. Can I, which option, can you just say which option so we can bring that?
Option 2, I think it is, isn't it?
Option 2. Seconder for option 2, Councillor Chase. So we're just going to bring that up on screen So everyone's very clear what we're voting for. And councillors, option 2, the new pool proceeds and some works completed to the existing pool. The existing pool work required, minor repairs to be budgeted for continual operations, estimated at 50,000. That's a pump filter, leak detection if required, and dosing system upgrade, investigation of selling the existing SDF.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Could I just seek some clarification from the mover of the motion, if that's okay? I see option 2 is further down in the report, and it speaks of us spending more money on the existing.
I mean, the submission.
So I just wanted to double check that it's just the new pool and no further.
That's why it is critical to see it up on screen and why I also read it. Councillor Franklin, you're moving. Option 1, the new pool proceeds with no works completed to the existing pool. The existing pool work with no cost, and the time frame is acceptable based on the current state. Are you moving that option? Councillor Johns, are you wishing to second that, or I'm going back to Councillor Chase?
I'm just a little concerned that the timing on this, the timing of construction, may require some money spent on the old pool to see it through another summer.
Councillor Johns.
$1,000 or 20,000, whatever.
I'll take the seconder to the option, and we'll have debate on that. If that fails, you can bring that back. So you get to speak to it. So we'll be voting on option 1. Should it get a seconder?
I thought I could have the mission.
If we just have quiet, Councillor Long has seconded that option. So I will call for division on this. So the motion that is going up. Yeah, that's okay.
Sorry, guys.
Once this is here, Councillor Johns, then you can have comment. I'm sure people will be very pleased to see some robust discussion. Okay, that the Finance and Performance Committee note the submissions received on key consultation issue 2 regarding the options for the Pahiatua pool, that the long-term plan 2024-34 be finalised using option 1. The new pool proceeds with no works to the existing pool, moved by Councillor Franklin and seconded by Councillor Long. Councillor Franklin, do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, not really, but I just want to say thank you sincerely from the people of Pahiatua.
Councillor Long, did you wish to speak to the motion?
Through you, Mayor Tracy, the Pahiatua community or the Pahiatua pool will have difficulty for year 1 and 2 with inadequate pool, but after that, once the new one is completed, they'll have a brilliant establishment to use year round. Thank you.
Right, then the item is open for debate. Councillor Johns, did you wish to speak to it?
Basically, I have to be opposed to option 1. I'd prefer option 2 simply because it's not going to be built by this summer, and it may require some money spent, as our Chief Executive has indicated, for at least one summer. Whatever that figure is to keep that pool going without draining away thousands of litres of water per day, I'm not sure, but that's something that can be left to operational, I think, to handle. So I would prefer option 2.
I'll take that as opposed to option 2, but that isn't something that can be left to operations. The staff will need to follow the decision that's made here today. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I won't spend too long on this because I think I've well canvassed my views. I did just, though, want to specifically talk about why I support option one as opposed to option two, and encourage other councillors to do the same. I do think that this is a bit of a compromise. Yes, the people of Pahiatua may be without a pool for a short time, but I fundamentally object to us putting more money into a pool that is broken down and isn't working. And I absolutely take on board Councillor Johns's comments, and I think it is not ideal to be doing that. But there will be some hope, as Councillor Ward's mentioned, if we do pass this motion coming for the people of Pahiatua soon. So help is on the way, and it's on the way quickly. They may not have a pool for a short period of time. I do think to support this, that is a compromise that is worth having. So I commend this particular motion to colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Gilmore. Councillor Sutherland?
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yes, thanks. I think very good comments from everybody here, and I was on them $1 each way a little bit myself. But just considering the ongoing operational costs, really, of the existing pool, it probably does make it a bit of a no-brainer, really. But so I have persuaded myself that I will support option one, but I think, as I'm with Scott, no more funds into option one. But I think Pahiatua people may well be happy to take some difficulty or no swimming during one summer, but I'm sure Pahiatua could arrange for some buses to buy splash over the next 12 months if we had to do, or to Woodville perhaps, yes.
Carrera College.
Thank you, Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Wallace?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, I can't, because it's got option one, option two here, but it's the other way around on this bit of paper here. So option one says do nothing. So that's on the breakdown of the submitters' responses and the long-term plan. So I thought long and hard for it, right? So, and that's what you got confused with too. So, yeah, I speak against the motion because of the fiscal constraints. And the biggest thing that worries me is going to be those operational costs. And this model is different to the one we've got in our district at the moment, that the council owns it and the council runs it. I've seen other things in the council that have happened over time. I mean, today's decisions are tomorrow's mistakes, and I know the passion, but from my gut feeling, I speak against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further comments? Anyone? Councillors, I'll share some thoughts and just in response. Look, this section 17A, that will pick up the running of these polls, and I do think that does need some consideration and some looking at. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that report does. But when we talk about decisions, and they are brave decisions, I actually look at some of the decisions that have been made years ago. If I look at the Bush Multisport Trust that's there, you know, there would have been many funders and many people that would have said that wouldn't be the success that it is today. And it does take those decisions of our forebears to thank for some of the facilities that we do have. And this is our responsibility around the table to be bold enough to say, actually, we're making this decision for the future, and the people are behind it. And I share the nerves around the operational costs, but I also have great confidence in the community that have just got years and years of success behind them to actually say to us, actually, we have confidence, we believe it. So with that, I do support that. There any other comments? I will put the motion to the vote. Councillor Franklin, do you wish to make a closing reply?
No, thank you, Worship. I think everything needs to be said has been said, and again, I say thank you.
The motion is in front of you. I'll call division on this. I'll go around the room. Councillor Peter Weber. Councillor Sutherland.
Aye.
Aye. Councillor Wallace.
No.
Pons.
Yes.
Councillor Chase. Councillor Franklin. Councillor Lumpkin. All in favour. Motion is carried. That certainly, if I could just ask the Chief Executive to pass thanks on to the teams and the Project Management Office who have worked with that community very, very hard. And I'm also very grateful that, you know, they actually don't have to continue working to keep that old pole going as well. If there's any fits can go into the new one. Thank you. Councillors, I think given it's so close to morning tea and it was a very heavy subject, we may just break and adjourn for morning tea until 10 o'clock. Councillors. Right, the next item on our agenda is the consultation issue 3, the National Land Transport Program. Councillors have any questions for the officers, especially given the changes we've seen? Councillor Wood?
Thank you, Tracy. This is really just a question. Some of these, I appreciate how you've broken it down into what it would cost for our ratepayers extra and what we could actually do to fit within the budget. So thank you for the thinking that's gone there. I have a question though. Environmental maintenance, just as an example, because there's obviously been thinking about what would we compromise on to be able to fit in the budget. And I might have done my calculations wrong, but for instance, under environmental maintenance, it the savings that we're going to make versus, you know, what we're planning for, the difference between what you're suggesting is an extra fee of $440,000. Are you with me, Hamish? You're on the right table. The change from what it would cost additional to what we could do to fit within the budget. Are you telling me that a 0.5 per year change in our berm mowing on rural sealed roads and extending heavy vegetation, high reach cutting for another year is going to cost us $440,000? No, doesn't make sense to me. Can you just steer me through? You've obviously made calls around what it would cost our ratepayers if we went for it, but what we could actually do to fit within the budget that has been adjusted. This is the only change in our level of service, and that's what it costs.
Through you, me Tracy. So loosely, yes. So the team out at the Alliance have looked at what they can change across the board, and within that 440, there's a certain amount of overhead and profit margin, all that sort of thing. So when we whittle it back, it's more like 400 to do that extra work. So yes, effectively. So they're suggesting they do one full round of the rural mowing, and then the other half is used for on demand, rather than it being one and then and then the high reach vegetation is stretched out. So instead of the frequency being every 2 years, it's every 3 years, in order to drop that price back.
Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy, and through you to Hamish, thanks very much for the significant work that's quickly gone in once we received NZTA's actual indicated plan. So I appreciate that. My question is the suggestions of what we can do instead to fit in with the budget. Has that been reworked into our overall budget? So what I'm keen to understand is, if we follow the box where it says what we suggest we'll do instead, does that mean our budget overall and our rating requirement remains the same, or does it mean that there will be a rating change? Because obviously we'll be getting less, so are we going to be putting in less? I'm just trying to really get clear in my head what the impact of the decision is.
Through your worship, quick response. The process that we follow and is we put in big forms to NZT and be then confirm what the amount is. So the given us an indicator as to what the amount is, so it's less than what we have put in our budgets. That is the amount, in respect the maximum of the get from the 3 years of funding from NZT. That will be reflected in our LTP budgets. So meaning that currently LTP, but Sarah can jump in, I got it wrong. We got about 60 million over 3-year funding, and now the indicative figures from NZTA is about 59. So that reduction, so the what will be the LTP would be the indicative NLTP funding from NZTA, which is 59.
So we're going to adjust that.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. And thanks for the, through you, Mayor Tracy. Thanks very much, Raj, for that information. I suppose what I'm trying to look at is option 2 on what we consulted on. We were talking about being a potential extra 2% rating increase. So I'm just trying to work out obviously the percentages. If are we still proposing, if we go with the reworked option, that we are still contributing exactly the same amount? So NZTA's portion has reduced, as you've explained, but council's contribution will remain exactly the same. I just want to get that clarification.
Through your worship, council contribution would reduce as well. Yeah, because council the way in which the bucket works is NZTA would pay 73%, and council is the balance. The overall bucket is or share of that would reduce as well. The percentage would be the same, but the overall council share would reduce.
Thanks for allowing me just to ask one final follow-up. I think that was the bit that I was trying to get to, of what impact will that have overall for our rating if our share, because it's quite a large activity, if our share reduces in line with what NZTA has been able to provide us, what rating impact does that have?
Sorry, sir. Through you, Your Worship, if that's okay. Great question, Councillor Gilmore. I'll just refer you to item number 6.6.4, where we've given the estimated rates reduction that could occur or will occur with the change in the subsidy.
Okay.
Councillor Sutherland.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Just along the same area as Scott to some extent, but the drop, yes, the drop in Wakatahi's share has lowered our percentage, our 23%, but falls down. That's the 400,000 per annum, which Sarah just commented on, isn't it? That's the 1% raise, right? So the bits in here, for us to stay where we are, that adds up to about $3 million. That's us taking the whole share, isn't it? That was for us to stay where we are, based on our budget. Our projected budget would mean we'd have to find that. Bucks really wouldn't mean extra. That would be ratepayer funded too, wouldn't it?
There's nothing stopping, there's nothing stopping council from doing more in the roading space. The challenge we have is it will not attract the NZTA portion of the subsidy. And most councils actually, when I talk to some of my peers, they have done that. That means NZTA gives them a bucket. Some councils actually do more or quite. That means it'll, what you're saying, Councillor Sutherland, it's 100% subsidized or paid for by the ratepayer. So if it's a capital renewal, it'll be funded wholly from a depreciation reserve. It is an operational expense, it'll be rate funded.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. Mayor Tracy. The transportation activity plan, I was chatting to Hamish that we did in August. That's pretty difficult to follow now because all the categories have changed, haven't they? So at some stage, if we get time, we probably need to rework that, don't we? So that it follows the new NZTA categories and things to try and, because you can't make too much sense right now to that, can we?
through you, Tracy. Absolutely. So following the adoption of the LTP, our next phase for the asset management plan is to go update it with what's agreed on both in these chambers and from what the final funding from NZTA is.
Just a quick comment.
We have appealed really, haven't we? We have gone back to, and one of those will be brought up this afternoon, but we have gone back with our submission to try and get some back, which I don't feel confident about personally, but that's where we are, isn't it? Yeah, okay.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. This is a different line of questioning through you, though, to the Chief Executive. The Chief Executive at the end of our hearings discussion mentioned that he'd need to take advice on audit implications on changing levels of service in the draft long-term plan that hadn't been consulted on. So I was wondering if advice had been received on that, if that also has implications for this particular discussion, because the suggestion that's before us is because of a funding shortfall, is very, very significant service level changes to that on which we consulted on. So I just want to see what the audit implications might be.
Through your worship, I will defer to Raj shortly, but initially it's always been subject to the funding that we've got from NZTA. So I think that's been clear throughout the process. In terms of the other advice, I don't know if we want to discuss that now, but okay. I don't know if through your worship, if Raj has got anything to add to that.
True, Brian is correct. Throughout the review with the auditors, we did. This is one of the areas of focus because it is the largest expense. And just a bit of background is when we bid in terms of the activity management plans, and we asked for about 71 million. And through discussions with the advisors, Hamish and the team, we reduced that to 60 million. And that's what we put into the LTP budget and realistically what we could achieve. So throughout the whole process, the auditors are aware of that discussion. And they do know, in a sense, the process the NZTA goes through, that it is a process to go through, and then they advise us of the final amount. And sometimes that, like last LTP was similar as well. So auditors are aware. And we did say that in our documents in our LTP, and we were quite transparent with the community about the process. So they are quite happy that we were actually not just inform them, but also inform the community about the process. So now that we've finalized, well, we've got an indicator is low, it will not have an impact. I think what we need to disclose, and what Hamish's team has done quite well, is the impact of that change and what does it mean for us.
Are there any further? Thank you. So on page 18, we've got the recommendation that the Finance and Performance Committee note the submissions received on key consultation issue 3 regarding the options for the National Land Transport Program funding. The long-term plan 2024 be finalised using option. Councillors, do we have a motion there? Councillor Sutherland?
Option.
So option 1 and 2 that we consulted on to maximise. So option 1 is to maximise the. Oh, sorry, page 13. Sorry. Do you want me to read that out? Did you wish to move option 1? Okay, so we've got option 1 moved by Councillor Sutherland, seconded by Councillor Wallace. I'll just get that pulled up so we can be clear on that on screen before we vote.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Reading. Option. Yes, so which option is it that we accept NZTA and we lower our?
Clarify that for Councillor Sutherland.
Through Worship, so option one, option two, start off with option two. Option two, what we're saying is that we do not increase council share regards to the being race requirement. Even though we have got a higher FAR rate, what we're saying is that we will match council's contribution as per the previous, so no increase. Though the overall bucket would increase, council share, our ratepayer share would remain the same, consistent as the previous 3-year block funding. What option one is saying is that we will increase the indicative budgets that have come back from NZTA is a lot higher than the option two. So what we're saying in this resolution is that it is still valid. We maximize the increase. It may not be what we have asked for, but it's higher than our previous 3-year block funding. And that's what we're still proposing, that we accept the NZTA's indicative NLTP funding, which means that our ratepayers' contribution is higher than the previous NLTP. So option one.
So it's just to be really clear for me then, yeah. So 664, which reduces our take by 416,000, the rates dropped, that is option.
Correct.
Right. Yep. Okay, so tack option one into my.
It's always good to be absolutely clear. We'll put that up.
I'll move that, and I was still speaking it, because it is through you trade.
It is quite confusing sometimes here with that, and these options they're flipped.
Yeah.
That's what's happened. Yeah, thank you.
And often that happens through consultation, obviously the change in the National Land Transport Plan. Councillor Sutherland, did you wish to speak to your option? Councillor Wallace, did you wish to speak to the option? Okay. Councillors, that the Finance and Performance Committee note the submissions received on key consultation issue 3 regarding the options for the National Land Transport Programme, that the long-term plan 2024 be finalised using option 1, maximise the increased NZTA subsidy and increase council's roading programme to create a more resilient roading network. Move Councillor Sutherland, seconded Councillor Wallace. I will again call division. All those in favour, please say aye. So in favour, we have Councillor Petty-Webber, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Gilmore, Councillor Wards, Councillor Franklin, Councillor Chase, Councillor Johns, Councillor Wallace, Councillor Long, and myself. The motion is carried. Heavy. Right. The consultation issue 4 was economic and community development. Now we agreed to separate those two into funding and the activities. So funding to individual community groups and then the activity itself. Questions if we deal with the funding aspect first. Councillor Wards.
Thank you,
Tracy. I've just got a couple of questions before we get to a debate around it. In the table 6.8.2, really appreciate the breakdown and the description around the grants. So generally, we've demonstrated here that was proposed in the LTP a 50% decrease effectively across some of those discretionary grants with the aim of having a contestable fund overall. So those figures are shown there, but I have a question around the discretionary funds for the mayor. There is no decrease in this, and what does that get spent on?
So part of that fund, and to be fair, I've actually got a $5,000 written there because actually that's what the fund's always been at 5,000. It didn't need to be inflation adjusted at all. That is used for any community group or something unforeseen that comes up. The Tuia Rangatahi program, which is the mentoring program. In the past, I think the largest one would have been years ago through me, Rolly Ellis with Youth Services. purposes. So for projects that don't fit any other funding or something special that comes through. So it's the only discretionary item for community support that's there. But it certainly doesn't need to be inflation adjusted. So if councillors wish to decrease that.
The thinking, sorry, me, Tracy, the thinking I had was, because further down in the, in that table, we've got, some groups that submitted. And I'm just wondering whether or not if there was a way of tweaking some of, if the discretionary funds was lower, could we offset, for instance, I'm just pulling it out because there's nil balances against pukaha, pipe band, brass band, et cetera, et cetera. If there was some different thinking applied within the overall figure, would that look a little bit different? And I appreciate all we're seeking is a decision around the overall total, but I guess I'm wondering what some possible thinking to implement this might look like. And just as a final question, if we were, is the three information centres mentioned here, is there any thinking going on as we rationalise services or integrate services or whatever? Obviously that hasn't been applied to those particular budget lines, but what the difference might make to that overall figure if that was part of the thinking.
Deal with the question in two parts, yeah. Councillor Woods, I agree with you because the elite sports people, again, that shouldn't have been inflation adjusted. Te Apiti Governance Group, to the best of my knowledge, and I do sit on that alongside Councillor Johns, it is still, our portion of that still remains at $5,000. So there's two. Oh, sorry. Those are my suggestions. Putting in the Te Apiti Governance Group can certainly move back to the 5,000. I'm not aware of any increase there.
5,600.
5,600. 5,600. If you could double check that just so that we can send that signal to officers there. Brian, did you wish to make a comment around the information centres?
Through your worship, so it's certainly something we'll be looking into this coming financial year. So there was no proposals cut this stage until we work with those groups to look at alternatives.
Thank you, Councillor Petey Weber, Councillor Wallace, Councillor Johns.
I just have a couple of questions. Some of these funds have still got money left in them from previous years. Will that just go into the big contestable fund? That's one question. And also, was there any legal advice over this agreement sought?
Thanks. I just, Raj, you might wish to answer part one of that question. And Brian, part two, just around the legal agreement. You can do part two first if you like.
So the first part of the through your worship question is that we won't carry over the grant funding if they aren't spent. That's generally we don't do that. In terms of the second question, so in terms of that agreement, I mean it is a legitimate agreement, but with any agreement, council has the rights to cancel, whether that be through resolution or through a planning process. That is council's prerogative. If we didn't, we would probably have 100,000 agreements still in place since 1906 when this one first went through. But I guess the question would be, is there sort of a moral obligation? But the legal side of it would be, it's still council's prerogative to make a decision different to what's in that.
It answers both your questions, councillors. The funding that Councillor Petey Weber mentioned does not roll over. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you. Yeah, that was kind of the legal thing with one of the submissions regarding the ownership of one of those entities on the paper there. So where do they sit? The brass band?
So the chief executive did just answer that whilst council would have the right not to uphold that agreement, he did question the morals of it. Yeah. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. The, in 6.8.2, the discretionary funds the community boards, do those figures include salaries?
No, that's just their funding, their discretionary funding. Okay. Not sure if we're able to. I'd have to direct potentially to the Democracy Services Manager through the Remuneration Board. So no.
Yes, but parity with the community committees.
It did.
Community, as you know, the community. Both Pahiatua and Woodville chose to go from community boards to community committees and use the salaries that they would have got for their communities as opposed to the individual people on the community boards. So they've done that for their communities. Now you're cutting the community committees in half, but you're only cutting the community boards only half of by about a quarter. So there's clear to me.
They're not being disadvantaged, Councillor Johns. It's just the discretionary funding that they get to grant to their community that's being cut.
Where does the money come from to pay the salaries for the community boards?
For those committees, but it is, Sarah, can you just come forward and run through that? Because that is also their choice.
Is it ratepayers' money?
Payments that go to the salaries and that go through to the community boards come through our representation activity. We also have the grant that we provide to the Woodville and Pahiatua for their equivalent of what a community board would be, also sits under that activity. That is not what these items are. This is the discretionary funds those community boards, groups have to provide to their community.
So community boards are paid in lieu of what they would have had in salaries, a sum of money. Thank you. No, that's good. Thank you.
Rest easy, Councillor Johns. Councillor Gilmore and then Councillor Peter Weber.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, quite happy for the couple of items that you talked about to make a reduction. I do think if we're going to have a contestable fund, however we decide to allocate that out, I do think it is important that there is a pot there for anything urgent that comes up, and the Mayor's discretionary funds have no problem if that gets reduced back down to 5. I just wanted to, I suppose, mention the principle with this that I'll be applying to decision making is if we do this, we have to be consistent, you know, apart from having one pot there with everyone. So, you know, I know that we've had requests from Pukaha, we've had requests from the brass band. I'm sure that if we make exceptions, we will have requests from a lot of different organisations. I do think that we do have to remain consistent and have everyone run through the same process. I don't begrudge anyone getting any of that support that we may morally feel obliged to provide, but we should provide that support the same as we would to anyone else. So I guess I'm in support of this, as long as we don't start cherry picking and saying, let's put that group there, let's put that group there.
Councillor Goodman, can I just clarify? So Councillor Peter-Weber, you've got the costs for Te Apiti Governance Group. Councillor Gilmore, do you consider the Te Apiti Governance Group where we hold a seat at the table in that same, with that same logic?
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. I actually see that as being quite a different thing to, so I was quite surprised to see that in there. Whereas that is paying for us as council and you as mayor, Councillor Johns as a participant and Councillor Petty-Weber, to have a seat at a table of something that's really crucial. I don't see that as a community grant. So yes, I'm happy with us keeping that funding.
Thank you. Councillor Petty-Weber, you had that figure so that we could amend that.
Yes, I do. It's 5,500 and it's subject to the LTP confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll amend that. Councillor Sutherland.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Just a comment, really. I'm supportive of this item, but I just wanted to really make comment about the brass band. Mrs. Ilsley made a quite strong submission about where the band 100 years of support and made the comment that she treated the band as part of the Tarra District Council really in some way. So I guess we can't, as she said, pick off the pipe bands in a very similar situation, but I guess going forward they'll be annoyed, but they'll have to contest, won't they? And that's probably can't do too much about that if we support this, but just acknowledging of their submission really.
It was the one where I looked at the pipe band and the brass band and reflected on the civic role that they both play within the district. And I say the district because they're north and south, both in Anzac services as well as civic functions with the 1st Battalion. So certainly do acknowledge them in that. But if we are applying that fair rule, but they certainly can apply and would seek good support in those civic roles. Councillor Wards.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. And in your last couple of comments, you kind of covered off. Given that the process we apply and the framework we wrap around this has not yet been decided and isn't part of the LTP, I think some of those debates and considerations to ease the transition for some of these core groups, because I like the comment we shouldn't sit here and try and argue and cherry pick certain groups, but if we make the process and the transition for all of the organisations and communities into the next phase, I think that's where we could certainly come up with some good guidelines to make the transition easier.
Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Tracy, because that's the heart of it, is particularly the brass band, all their assets belong to the council and they're hundreds of thousands of dollars. So everything that's been invested into that band, they don't own. So it's different anomalies. They don't go cap in hand. But you know, there is operational cost. That's why we're all sitting around this room. But if there was a strike and the pen came down and all that asset they don't own. They're only caretakers of it. We are only caretakers of this district too, by the way. So yeah, it's not a cherry picking operation. It's well, we're seeing it in the room the whole day. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Wallace. And I think, look, as governors, we sit here and, you know, very much so, you know, one of my core values is having fair process for all. And I think it does make it, I understand it does make it difficult when we set those precedents for this reason or that reason. And I think that will just continue to grow. So I understand both sides of that. Yeah. Yeah. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy, and I can certainly understand the passion from Councillor Wallace and respect that. I do think it's important, though, that we are looking at this district-wide. We are caretakers of it. I just wanted to note in my opening comments, I specifically mentioned 2 organisations, one of them being in the south of the district, Pukaha, and one of them being in the north of the district. The first one that I have some real personal passion for as well, but I believe that we need to have a fair, transparent process regardless of our personal passions for things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gilmore. Are there any further questions or discussion? We look at the options in regards to funding. In front of me.
Still an option.
Really hear anything there. Okay. The motion.
You have the pleasing minutes clearly made and enjoyed. Okay. You've recorded those.
So.
Yeah, Tracy, could I ask, would that be option 1 of the consultation document?
So we're taking the two items a little bit separately. So we'll do the grant funding and then the level of service and community one, which is why we're just having a look at what the motion might be. Doing an the recommendation is 2, so it'll include the grant funding as option 1, and then we'll move into the level of service. Do you want to put up what you've got so far, and we'll start the conversation?
Thanks very much, Tracy, just to help Ali out. So through you, would this be the right point to be talking about those specific reductions that we added in? So the mayor's discretionary fund and the Te Apiti government.
Check that with the chief executive. It doesn't need to be. Yeah.
Well, and the notes.
Right, the other item we were discussing, councillors, as we proceed with the option, was the reduction in the level of service and community, economic and community development. Does anyone have any? Sorry, do you want to move? Okay, we can do. I thought you were going to have an A and a B. Okay, that's fine. Councillor Johns.
As you said, what we're looking at is a 241,000 reduction.
So we'll just tidy this one up. Because I thought we were going to have an A and a B on it. So the recommendation is that the Finance and Performance Committee note the submissions received on the key consultation issue 4 regarding options for economic and community development, that the long-term plan 2024 to 34 be finalised with the grant funding proposed as per option 1. Moved by Councillor Gilmore. Do I have a seconder? Moved, seconded by Councillor Chase. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Gilmore, you'd like to speak to that?
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Just make it quite quick because I've already made some comments. I did just want to point out that 68% throughout consultation of our ratepayers did select the option of, and this was both together, but of us making some tough choices and some rationalisation in this area. So I commend the motion.
Councillor Chase, did you wish to speak to? Okay, thank you. there any other speakers to the motion? There are none. Councillor Gilmore. I will also call division on this one. So all those in favour of the option one, say aye. So we've got Councillor Petty-Weber, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Gilmore, Councillor Wards, Councillor Wallace, Councillor Johns, Councillor Chase, Councillor Franklin, Councillor Long, and myself. The motion is carried. Okay. Right, now we'll just move into the reduction of level of service. And right, Councillor Johns, you wish to take some questions on this?
Excuse me, Tracy. Yes, there's nothing other than a figure produced there. So it's at the discretion of the CE, presumably. Right. Happy to move that.
I've just asked for questions, so I'll just do that and then I'll come back to you for the motion. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. I'm not quite sure who to direct this to, but probably through you to the Chief Executive. And I suppose it's quite a big question. What would be the impact if we exited community development as a function together? So the financial impact obviously is clear. What would be the risks, and actually it will be to the Chief Executive, in the Chief Executive's opinion, what would be the risk if we exited that as a function?
Through your worship, there's probably two things that come immediately to mind. One is obviously we won't be delivering on that activity to the community around the support that we provide community groups around funding and a range of other activities. So that will be no longer a council function. I think that the bigger risk might be that we didn't consult, that we would stop doing this activity. So we haven't had the community views on that, and I think that could result in potentially audit picking that up as a concern.
Are there any further questions? There appear to be none. Okay. Right. Bring up the motion. The Finance and Performance Committee note the submissions received on the key consultation issue 4 regarding economic and community development and the options that we discussed with the savings. Year one potential savings of $241,566, which is the funding from economic and community development.
Yeah.
Achieve the savings identified. $241,566. Happy with that? Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah. Can I just check? Sorry, no one's moved this motion yet, but do we want the word potential there?
But a specific sum of money, isn't it?
It is, but that is also, yeah, what we've identified. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Happy to make a suggestion and if there's support to move that if no one else is wanting to. Instead of potential, how about we put in there to achieve savings of at least. That gives a little bit of headroom. It's not saying to the Chief Executive he has to get that 66 cents bang on.
He was concerned about that.
So he quite happy for him to do 242,000.
Well, at least it's not precise.
That can be more.
We're sending a signal that it could be more. Without putting an exact dollar on it. Yeah. Okay, so okay, thank you, Councillor Wallace. So I have a seconder, Councillor Sutherland. Right, just get you to move that. Okay, right. That the long-term plan 2024-34 be finalised using option 1, reduce the funding for economic and community development activity to achieve savings of at least $241,000. $241,566. Moved by Councillor Wallace, second by Councillor Sutherland. Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor Sutherland? Sorry, Councillor Wallace.
Not me.
Oh, you? Okay. Thank you. Are there any other comments? Okay, we'll call the motion, and the councillors will also do division on this. All those in favour, please say aye. Raise your hands. Councillor Petty-Weber, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Gilmore, Councillor Wards, Councillor Wallace, Councillor Johns, Councillor Chase, Councillor Franklin, Councillor Long, and myself. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. I know that was a tough conversation also. Consultation issue 5, the differential in roading rates. Now, we did have a lot of feedback around this. Does anyone have any questions for the officers? Questions? Okay, Councillor Sutherland.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. This was quite a difficult subject too, really, wasn't it? And a lot of submissions, both during the consultation and discussions during our community meetings about this too. And Raj and I had quite a good discussion last night about some of the issues. It's obviously I don't want to make a speech about this, but it's an area that's been looked at previously. A few councils, some have got it, but there are a number of councils around New Zealand consulting through their long-term plan on this very issue right now. Not many of them are using the method that we did at the moment. Some have got it now, but I don't think any of them currently consulting are using the tonnage method. They're using land use and other methods, and some of the really struggling. Gisborne Council have are really battling with this, trying to apportion costs to some of the issues. Perhaps a couple of the things that came to me though, just looking at this, I think from our discussions, I'm comfortable to go along with this because it probably will be work in progress. The final comments at the end of the thing is it's difficult and it may not be perfect, but it does get us going and apportion some costs. The couple of areas that really came to me in my looking at around the countryside and also listening to one or two submitters, there was Ed Kite obviously was concerned about cost now for carbon forestry. Our method of consulting of apportioning of using road did not mention carbon forestry at all. So I guess it leaves it up to us to make a guesstimate what might happen in 30, 40 years, which I think we're probably okay. The thing is, whatever we do, we're probably saved by the Wairoa court decision. Doesn't matter how good or bad a decision we make. Legally, we're okay. We'll get out of jail with it anyway. But the areas that concerned me a little bit was the smaller blocks. And a number of submitters talked about the smaller blocks. I didn't have time to do the figures, but small blocks that are uneconomic or have got native bush have been captured by capital value increases and this. And I'm really directing it through to Raj, but one of the areas, looking at other options of other councils, they've been specific. Some of them have had an area. I know a couple of them have mentioned 15 or 20 hectares. that and up, but most of them have used the forestry terminology exotic. So it's all about exotic trees, which are pines and things, and anything other than exotic is not going to be captured by their application of differential rates. Really, really hard for us under this scheme to do that. So whether we go ahead with this and put a lot of pain on the Chris Bones and was it Mr. Wheeler and some of the Pongaroa people, there's possibly 20, maybe. I don't know. It could be interesting how many, but they were a concern to me. There's a group of those people are going to have significant increases on capital value, because on land value increases, plus the differential. They may be non-exotic forests, because some of them are, I think, too. And there was a great par that me and Tracy and I talked to out at McGibbon Road, and he didn't turn up actually, and he would be there, I'm sure. So just some comments about we can go ahead, but there are some properties out here and some ratepayers that are going to be hammered applying the tonnage and road use method to this. Not sure how we change that. Although I did, during our consultation, I did have a look and thought if we went ahead with this, we might be able to about pivot and look at our non-economic rural blocks of land, possibly, couldn't we? But that might need to look at the rating remission policies, because that's quite prescriptive. That some comments before we debate it, really. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Sutherland. I've got Councillor Wards, Councillor Long and Councillor Johns.
Thanks.
Tracy, I concur with some of the comments that Councillor Sutherland has proposed. I'm comfortable that from the bigger picture, the umbrella way we've looked at this, the research that's been undertaken, the advice that we've sought, I think in principle this is a way to go. I noted a bullet point on page 23 that said further work could be undertaken to improve the confidence in the model, and I agree with Councillor Sutherland. I think this is something we could test in a bit more detail when we do our annual plan next year. There are a couple of levers that I have also thought of was the comment around do we need to worry about the carbon versus the productive part? I think that we need to have a close look at some of the scenarios, and I like the graphs that you've shown us in 6.10.14, because I highlighted who's going to get hit here. The outliers, and I guess this is my question through you, Mayor Tracy DeRaj, the outliers don't appear to have been pinged too much. There's very little change. So the ones who are going to get hit big time or not at all, this doesn't impact too much on them. The biggest swings are obviously the biggest swings are going to be rural, who are sitting in that 0 to 5% by popping this differential on them. Have I got that right, Raj? When I look at your graphs, the properties that Councillor Sutherland might be referring to getting pinged the most would be in that 0 to 5%. Am I interpreting your graphs correctly?
Your Worship, good discussion. In fact, if you ask me of all the consultation items, which was in a sense a bit more challenging, would be this. I think, I guess not just from having a bit of rigor around the methodology, because this is rates in the area that's always get challenged, and we've got to be quite careful regards to the process. Even though the court case is in our favor, meaning council has got an incredible amount of power in terms of how it could set the rates, the process is very important. And I think I'm really confident about the process that we followed in this. So in terms of setting the rates, principles is important. So if I can, Mayor Tracy, just talk about that. If you recall, one of the things we've been doing as part of the rates review is the concept of user pays.
So what we're trying to do is trying to find in which how we can allocate the rates fairly. I use the word fairly because it's quite difficult to identify the beneficiary and be more accurate. It isn't a fair. So we've done changes along the way in terms of the LTPs and how we change our racing incidents to be fair. So this is, for example, when we looked at solid waste, we split solid waste into 3: transfer station, recycling, refuse, and how we do that. This is an area that we wanted to explore. One is, are we fairly allocating the burden of us maintaining the roads based purely on land value? And we felt, okay, there must be another element to it. So that's why we explored to say which activity actually creates more damage, trucks. And that's how we use tonnage as a basis to allocate. What we also have done here is that we haven't gone full in terms of removing land value and use tonnage wholly. We've just had a small amount, and Councillor Sutherland is right. Most councils are now consulting on this. And part of my rationale for that is they already have that in place. In terms of using tonnage, and they're not looking to change that. Those are looking to change that predominantly are trying to apportion cost. So there's two elements. One is tonnage, and then they have done a lot of work actually to look at what is the cost of the forestry and dairy impact on the roading network, and then they're trying to now allocate cost to it, not just a tonnage. And that's why in one of the work that we have to do to improve the rigor of the model is trying to see whether do we want to do that. It's a lot of work, councillors. It's a lot of significant work for us to reasonably estimate what the cost of forestry and dairy is going to be eroding network. So I think what we've done is, like most rating systems, there's always going to be imperfections, one of a better word. And when you talk about the rates impact, we do the bell curve and we say there are going to be outliers that's out there. And some of the submitters are correct in saying that we haven't thoroughly considered carbon, forestry, and all that. So there are elements in which we can improve as more information comes through to make these rates a lot better in how we're doing it. But I think what we have done, and I'm really confident what we've done, is we've been honest and transparent about the gaps, about the process, the methodology, and what we could do to improve this new rating tool that we have. I think it's quite important for us to introduce rating tool because what it gives us is it gives us a little bit more complexity, for want of a better word, in the roading, in case there are changes to our land use in the district. In case there are changes to the activity. We talk about growth in this LTP. What the district going to look like in 10 years. So I think this allows us in terms of looking at cost that is impacting our roading network. It's just another tool in our toolkit to apportion cost rates. So I think this is a really good, I guess, change to our rating tool in trying to address or trying to cater to the challenge of the roading network. So are there things we can improve? Yes. Are we open and transparent about it? Yes. Can we look at that and refine and improve it? Yes, we can. And that's what we're saying.
Through you, Mayor Tracy. Thank you for those comments. Just a couple of things, just bringing up the carbon has to be sorted out. For me, it's a fairness thing. So production forest and carbon, two different scenarios. One of the things is I'd like more knowledge on the mining. Is that going to increase the cost of our roading because we're mining metal? The traffic management, that's a cost that has come in the last 8 years. For me, we'll address that down the track. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Raj, did you want to make any further comment on carbon versus production forestry? Oh, okay. No, I was just checking if Raj wanted to make a comment, but I can come to you, Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, as far as carbon forests are concerned, they can be included in the Court of Appeal on that comment that's made here. I'll read it out. The Court of Appeal disagreed with previously. It held that the well-being of the community will ultimately affect the council's revenue needs. Accordingly, councils can now upwardly adjust rates to reflect the new view that certain land use activities are bad for the community. So carbon forests can be included simply because we consider them bad for the community. So that's not an issue. But just one thing I wanted to ask you a question. The issue of capital value. My understanding is that exotic forests are a crop, and that the only value is a land value. The value of the trees is irrelevant to the value. That doesn't, for instance, a 1,000-hectare forest that's been planted yesterday compared with one that's 27 years old, there's no difference in capital value. That's my understanding, because it's a crop. So it's just land value that can be used. Can somebody tell me?
Yeah, Raj, can you just confirm that for everyone, please?
Because a few things there, true, Mayor Tracy. The land value. So we call it the rating valuation. QV does a rating valuation. Capital of forestry law is improvements. So basically, scaling doesn't impact us. That's how we allocate the rate. That's why we've chosen land. There are councils that are using capital value in terms of allocating roading costs, but we have chosen land value as a preferred method. And even in the differential that we introduced, we've used the land value as a basis for that. The other challenge that we have is the carbon, and I think one of the submitters here talked about that in terms of exotic as well, the rotation. The challenge that we have is it's rightly pointed out, or fairly pointed out, is a rotation. So what stage do the harvesting take place? It could be anywhere from the 20 to 25 to 30 years. We don't know. So when you establish a rating system, you've got to be quite clear about those information, or you make an assumption, or you do not factor that in because it complicates how you set the rate. Just imagine, councillors, if we're setting rates at every annual plan, we are thinking about when is the next rotation and how do we charge. And so that complicates the process. And that's why we didn't really factor in or explore further the carbon forestry, because we don't know what the decision the landowner is going to have regards to the carbon forestry, whether they choose to at some stage say ETS has gone down, it's not financially viable for them to do so. They may change that to production. So there's a lot of information that I think because of the length of this activity, forestry activity, is quite difficult for us to draw those assumptions. So we've taken, I guess, a broad stroke and included all of that into the forestry activity and charging them accordingly. And that's how we've done. Because the effort required for us to introduce and include that, then it will be quite significant. And even if you do that, it's going to be challenged, or it needs to be changing year on year on LTP to LTP. So that's my discussions when I talk to the other council as to why they themselves haven't segregated the forestry into the various, and that's the challenge that they pose. So I think it's a watching brief for us. We can look at that activity and at every LTP, look to revisit to see whether there's an ability for us to refine that further. I'm open to that, but I think for now, I think we just do not have the information. So much uncertainty in that space for us to craft or design a rating tool right now that's going to address that issue.
Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff's up in the air, and I think as far as this LTP is concerned, it is a work of the issue of differential roading rates is a work in progress. Let's go with it. We'll no doubt change it next year. But it's a good start.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. I'll keep it brief. 73% of people that we consulted supported option 2. Absolutely acknowledge that it is not perfect. As Raj mentioned, no rating system is. Comforted by the fact that we will be looking to refine and revisit it when it's needed. So I'm more than happy to move option 2.
Discussion, Raj, you just wanted to make a comment before I look for a seconder?
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. If I just add to this, the intention for us, remember the process we went through is we got tonnage information independently, and we actually use that information to inform or design the rates. My intention is that every LTP we would do that, go out and get again the tonnage, so that this model it's reflective of the activity that's in the district at each LTP. I think that's fair, rather than lock in this and this is the differential that we're using, that we do that as part of every LTP. So that is part of the program that we put in place.
Okay, right. Councillor Gilmore has moved option 2. Ooh, that was quick. Second, Councillor Johns. Councillor Gilmore, do you wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Johns, you wish to speak to your motion? Right, before us, we've got the Finance and Performance Committee notes submissions received on key consultation issue 5 regarding differential rating rates, that the long-term plan 2024-34 be finalised using option 2, retain the general and fixed rates and introduce a heavy vehicle rate. Moved Councillor Gilmore, seconded Councillor Johns. I will call division. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Councillor Petty-Weber, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Gilmore, Councillor Wards, Councillor Wallace, Councillor Johns, Councillor Chase, Councillor Franklin, Councillor Long. Yes. 4 and Councillor Long against. The motion is carried. So I'm just going to call a 5-minute adjournment just for a bathroom break if I can. Thank you.
Obvious.
Okay, we're all back. Thank you, Ellie. Right, we'll move on to consultation issue 6, non-contiguous rating units. We had a lot of feedback around this. Does anyone have any question of officers, the information provided? Councillor Willis,
I'm in the next part, so.
you'd like to move the motion? Yep.
Move a motion that we,
Actually, I'd like to move a motion to go to option 2. Oh, sorry. Let's get this wrong. Sorry. Yeah, please, yeah. Yeah, I would like to move a motion that we go with option 1, no changes in the status quo.
Right, we'll just bring that up. So that is moved for option 1 by Councillor Wallace, seconded by Councillor Johns. We'll just bring that onto the screen. Councillor Wallace, do you wish to speak to the motion?
yes, I do.
Your worship, after and going the feedback that we've received both on paper and in room and around rooms and in public, there are a lot of hurting people out there. There are anomalies, and the model the way in which we started out with good intent with this, by the way. We started out with really good intent for our district, but there are situations which are not addressed with, I put a note down here, we really need a third option, maybe scaled or some method which we can analyse each individual, which I know would take forever. And so that's, in essence, we had good intent in what we tried to do, but because of the climate and farmers are hurting, and they are the one I'm very passionate about, that's my reason for this.
Councillor Johns, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yes, I agree with those comments. I looked at the possibility of putting a kilometre distance between properties, but that becomes arbitrary, really. And on balance, I think we're better just to scrap it. Stick with the status quo.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. I think this is another one of our consultation items that shows the power of consultation and some of the feedback that we received. I agree with Councillor Wallace's comment that what we were attempting to do was to remove a disparity and not fully understanding perhaps what some of the impacts were. Now, when we have a look at the table, and thank you very much through you, Mayor Tracy, to the team for providing some more of this background information, I was looking originally, before this paper came, of setting a distance boundary that for me felt like it would be a good solution. I reflect on Federated Farmers' submission where they suggested a 10-kilometre radius. A 10-kilometre radius out of 141 properties was 18. 87% of our properties are less than 10 kilometres. And if we suggest here that 10 kilometres is a fair distance, I would not support the administration work that it would take to pick up the other properties. I do hope that we apply, we talked about common sense yesterday, but perhaps using the word appropriate discretion if something absolutely does not seem to fit the policy, making sure that we are being very, very strict on the policy. But I support Councillor Wallace's motion that we do nothing and stick with the status quo.
Thank you, Councillor Wards.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. I concur. I think Councillor Wallace was right. We had the right intent to try to address an anomaly and tidy up some areas. But I think one of the most telling submissions that we heard was from Fed Farmers, where one member in particular had a 135% increase, and their driveways are opposite each other. I mean, the nonsense of some of the, applying a principle, but actually listening to the reality of our people. So, yeah, I've backed up the bus and thought this is a no-brainer. Let's just leave it alone.
Thank you, Councillor Wards. Councillor Long.
You, Mayor Tracy, I've been against this one all the way along. Just think it wasn't fair with people paying double on UAGC. So thank you, councillors.
Councillor Johns, you indicated you had a further comment.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yes, there are some anomalies whereby there are another block that he's farming as part of his farm, but it has a house on it that he rents out. And in those cases, they should be paying the UAGC. But determining which blocks are in that category.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. Properties that have a dwelling on them don't qualify. No, they don't. No. So it's got to be bare land owned in the same entity. Yeah. Any further comment? This one, councillors, having received this in the past, I tried to stay very impartial on this, but I think it was very clear what what our intent was versus having a look at it. And I also looked at the kilometres and the suggestion of federated farmers, and just for the small numbers, actually, I agree with them with the motion. That said, so we've got the motion there, the Finance and Performance Committee meeting note, the submissions received on key consultation issue 6A regarding non-contiguous rating units, that the long-term plan 2024-34 be finalised using option 1, do nothing, status quo. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving into consultation item 6, town centre refurbishment. Be a consultation item. So we just put the motion up. The Finance and Performance Committee notes submissions received on key consultation issue 6A regarding a proposal to remove the remission. Oh, sorry, wrong page. The Finance and Performance Committee note the submissions received on key consultation issue 6B regarding a proposal to have a district-wide town centre refurbishment rate, that the long-term plan 2024 be finalised using option pages here. Option 2. Happy to move that motion. Seconded by Councillor Gilmore. I think that councillors, there was very clear number of submitters that spoke, that certainly let us know that we are one district, which is great to see. Back to that, no. Okay, so the recommendation is that the long-term plan be finalised using option 2, a district-wide town centre refurbishment rate. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. To other feedback items. Right, now we move on to feedback on other matters. Any The first recommendation is that the Finance and Performance Committee meeting thank Ngāti Kahungunu ki Tamaki Nui Aroa for their detailed submission on the draft long-term plan 2024.
I'm happy to second that.
By Councillor Sutherland, second by Councillor Wards. Is there any discussion on that? That's right. 7.2 Rangatani o Tamaki Nui Aroa. On page 31, that the Finance and Performance Committee thank Rangatani o Tamaki Nui Aroa for their detailed submission on the draft long-term plan 2024 to 34. Can I have somebody move that, please? Councillor Pete Weber, and I'm happy to second that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Just before we put, I just did want to make a comment, Mayor Tracy, I'm happy to support those. I just want a quick comment about the two iwi consultations, actually, and I thought they were very good, very positive in the chamber, but I noted during our consultation period, I really felt quite changed. We went to one of the iwi and consulted with them towards the end of the consultation period in their whare, really, and I felt that was probably the best consultation I've had iwi about anything since, it was with the kamatua, and they were free, and they were pretty strong with us on some issues, but it was really frank, and it was listen to me to consider that as a method going forward for consulting annual plan or long-term planning. And it may not suit both iwi, but it certainly suited that iwi, I'm sure. And so that was quite a positive thing, which I felt good about, actually. Yeah, that's all.
No, thank you for that, Councillor Sutherland. And just so you know, I've actually booked a follow-up to that. And I guess it's not just a once-a-year consultation, actually, making that regular and just finding out what issues are, have flagged and what suggestions and ideas, and just keeping that relationship going. So I have booked that, and it was really beneficial. So that's great. Okay, all of those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Right, the funding for Pukaha National Wildlife Centre 7.3 on page 31. Questions? Paper. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Tracy. It's great to see the reduction. They're talking about now. I just want to clarify so that they get in the discretion and go right back. They get money in the long-term plan going forward. Now on that page way back, where we're talking about 38. Oh, in this plan, the LTP, they're not going to get nothing, right? Is that correct? Or they did get 38,798.
Just repeat that last figure you used.
38,978.
Page 19. Sorry, tree worship. This is page 19, the table that referring to.
I say sorry, you're back there. Yeah, Chief Executive's just going to clarify here.
Through your worship, so the 38K in regards to that was for the interest costs of the loan, so the servicing of that loan that council agreed with 3 years ago. Then there was a grant funding of the 14K that hasn't been proposed to be reduced and is not part of the reduction to the discretionary funding. It came out of a slightly different bucket. Looking at Sarah over there, through your worship, if she wants to correct me if I was wrong.
Through your worship, there is no funding in the long-term plan specific for Pukaha. Everything has been removed as part of the reduction.
That was, yeah, that was hoping, yeah. I was just trying to get the lens cleared. Thank you.
There was the request from Pukaha for an operating grant of $10,000. Just noting, councillors, that Masterton District Council also give them an annual operating grant also. So, sorry, Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. My understanding from the paper is Masterton gave better off funding as a equipment, but regardless of that, I don't have a question, so I'll just double check with you if I'm okay to make some comments on this, and I'll be happy to move a motion perhaps after or when we're ready to do that. Pukaha, as I mentioned before, I personally believe is one of the most special places that we have in our district, and I can certainly appreciate their requests. So talking about the 10,000 for a start, that they don't want to apply for that on an annual basis because of the administration costs. But I stick to the same principle that I mentioned before. I do think that I absolutely welcome and encourage them applying for funding, but I believe it has to be on the same basis as every other group within our district. I also just really quickly want to touch on the interest-free loan part of it, and it was certainly before my time on council, and we did have a couple of, well, one submission that stood out for me that specifically talked about this, but council very generously agreed to an interest-free loan for a 3-year period of time, made a deal that was what was agreed. My concern is I guess the requirements are changing now, and I know that there's been some circumstances that might necessitate that, but I don't believe that we should be operating as a banker in this particular circumstance. So I'm not in support of their proposal to carry on. I do want to note, when I talk about generosity, I mean, it is very generous. I mean, this council in interest alone has already paid over $122,000, which is really significant. So it's a really awesome place. Encourage us to carry on supporting Pukaha through that contestable fund, but I would be moving a motion to decline respectfully both of the requests that they put in the submission.
Councillor Gilmore, before you get that opportunity to move that motion, I'd just like to clarify. So, because Pukaha Mount Bruce is almost 50% in the Tararoa district and 50% in the Masterton district, they have always received an operating grant from both districts. Over the years, to be fair, Masterton District Council has always put more funding into Mount Bruce than the Tararoa district. I've watched a change over the years in the number of volunteers being lifted from the Tararoa district, which is great. The better off funding that the Masterton District Council supported them with was in the development of the new whare there. So that was very separate to their operating grants. I'm unsure that they have removed that operating grant from them. So just to give that consideration, councillors. So you may have one council supporting them with an operating grant. The generosity of the loan certainly assisted them in achieving their goals, but actually also that took courage at a time, through COVID to have that. And I think we've got an amazing facility there that we can all benefit from. So certainly acknowledge your comments around the generosity that we've given them and shown, and take on board the other. Councillor Gilmore.
For clarification, want to very quickly respond to that. My hope, as I mentioned, is that Pukaha applies in the same way as other organisations, and that our council does give consideration to the fact that perhaps Masterton District Council is supporting them. So I'm in no way saying that they shouldn't be receiving support in an operating grant. My suggestion is that they should have to apply for that, as do our other organisations. So just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Councillor Gilmore. Councillor Long.
I also have concerns about the $1 million and the continuing interest free. And so I believe that we should be bringing interest in after that agreed time of 3 years.
Go to Councillor Gilmore for motion.
Actually, just to Scott's view. So what the suggestion is that we allow them to apply for the on an annual basis their interest rate reduction as well. They're wanting a 10. Yes, the operational costs are 10 grand a year to us over the next 3 years. So do we treat that as a yearly thing as well? It will be a difficulty for them, I guess, but they won't know they're getting it till they.
Correct, and it would just be a matter of them, and if they needed that surety the minute the fund opened, to get that application in very early. None of that's been set, but they would have that direction for us if it were from us, and the decision whether it was in favour or against, they would know exactly where they were placed and what they had to do. I'll go Councillor Wards and Councillor Waller.
Just briefly, thanks, Mayor Tracy. I mean, the motion should reflect the fact that, we note the submission that they're trying to propose here. We've already made a decision further up the options around where they sit, and if they wish to apply for the value of their historic operational grant plus an increase, an amount that offsets their interest payments, will go for it. That needs to be included in their application.
Thank you, Councillor Wards. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, that's what I was going to allude to, because there is tinges of hypocrisy happening here with different things. So yeah, we've got to be careful, because this is not our money, and the way we manage it, that's what we're charged with. So we cannot please everyone. That's the point I make. We're only caretakers. So please think about the money. Follow the money.
Questions or comments now? Councillor Gilmore, did you want to put the motion? You want me to read one?
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. I'm just thinking of, in light of what Councillor Wards had mentioned of how to pose the motion. I'll give it a go now, though, and perhaps I could. Maybe seeking some guidance from our governance manager as we go through. And that, so after declined, if we could put something along the lines that, and encourage Pukaha to make application
Through a contestable process.
Through our contestable process.
I'm happy to see that. Thank you. Right.
Motion, the Finance and Performance Committee note that the submission received from Pukaha regarding the specifics of their grant and loan arrangements with the council, that the request from Pukaha National Wildlife Centre for staggered introduction of the interest costs payable on their loan and for an annual operating grant of $10,000 be declined, and we encourage Pukaha to make application through our contestable process. Moved by Councillor Gilmore, seconded by Councillor Wards. Councillor Gilmore, do you wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Wards. Okay. Any further comments? I'll call division on this one also. All those in favour, please say aye. Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Gilmore, Councillor Wards, Councillor Wallace, Councillor Johns, Councillor Chase, Councillor Franklin, Councillor Longs. The motion is passed. Thank you, councillors.
Okay.
Right, that moves us on to 7.5, cemetery fees and charges. And just, I do have some information here I just wanted to have on hand. Councillor, sorry, I just did pull up and have a copy here of also of Palmerston North's charges that I just wanted to refer to. Okay. Right, does anyone have any questions from the officers on this and on this report? I know they started working as soon as the submission process was underway. No questions from officers? Yes, sorry, Councillor Chase.
Thank you through you, Mayor Tracy. Do we have a cost of what it costs us as a council for the closed cemeteries and how many closed cemeteries we have in the Tararoa district?
Through you, if not offhand, we could find that information out, but we don't have it with us today. And 23 cemeteries in total, but Carter's got a bit more information.
Through you, Mayor Tracy, we actually have 20 cemeteries, so the figure has just been adjusted, so 20 cemeteries. So the closed cemeteries we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 cemeteries that are closed, so closed by Gazette. And some cemeteries, we have a couple of cemeteries that are full, so but still maintained by council.
Thank you. Councillor Wards, did you have a question?
Quick question and an acknowledgement that there were other elements in that submission that we haven't had an opportunity to explore, including, you know, establishment of a crematorium. So, I mean, that would be something to discuss further on. Can I just clarify though, because I thought it wasn't clear in the data here. I thought we had set aside some capital expenditure for expansion of the Mangatara. I saw that in one of the lines in the LTP, although it's a project, isn't it? Yeah. Can I just clarify, because it was touched on in the submission, but I thought that was being dealt with somewhere else. So I just want to, had I read one table in the LTP? Because there was an implication in the submission that we weren't expanding, but I thought somewhere in another table in our capital projects it was. Can I just clarify that one, please?
Through your worship, there is budgets within the capital program for the expansion of the cemeteries. The team post submissions have subsequently revisited the program that they have in place per the long-term plan for cemetery capex spend, and they're proposing to increase it slightly, but this will have no rating impact.
Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tracy. I must admit, good work from the team, because it does paint a nice picture. When I say a nice picture, it's a picture of knowledge, and it doesn't actually reflect how bad we are, or was implied by certain media outlets. And it is interesting to look at that table above 7.6.10. We might have a room to move here, maybe in some areas, but it is interesting to see that certain areas are dearer, certain areas are cheaper. So it's I suppose the biggest thing is is the shock horror, as one of our submitters said, and we're very sensitive at that time in our life. But I want to make it clear that this council, this district council, is not out there to make any money out of death. We're trying to do our best in the environment we're in. Can we sharpen the pencil? Well, I can't make an operational judgment on that because I don't use the shovel. Can I make a moral judgment? Yeah, I'd love to charge nobody. But I'm sorry, we live in reality. So, yeah, I would like to see some type of reduction in certain areas, but and the same thing too, we've also got to, as I said again, we're only caretakers here. We have to leave it. We cannot just go cheap now and then. Sometimes, as we've seen in the past, if we do not keep the scale to the costs, we will have to play catch up, and it will land on us and it will land on them because we won't be here. We'll be gone. That's my opinion.
Councillor Long, then Councillor Gilmore.
Through you, Mayor Tracy. I'm sorry, I've lost information that I had. I thought there was a submitter that made a submission about 0 to 2 years old and then 2 years to 14. Have we bought, and we at that stage had gone from 0 to 14. Have we made a change in that area? This is it. Oh, so I can't find it.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it?
2-year-old.
Thank you. So that has been brought in from what the submitter recommended or close to it.
Through you, Mayor Tracy, yes, we have reverted back to what we had before and with 0% increase from what we had before.
Thank you for that. Thank you. And that was one of my concerns at that time. Thank you for covering that.
Thank you, Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. From my perspective, it was really clear that our first cut of this, we didn't get our allocations right in our first cut of this. And so I suppose I want to acknowledge that and also acknowledge the power of having submissions coming in, a very powerful and memorable submission as well. It is really important to note that this council does not at any point set out to profit from death or from people's misery, and to highlight the fact that 40% of our costs in this area are borne by fees and charges, and 60% of it is subsidised through general rates. So not only is council not making money on it, we're not even covering the majority of the costs for us. What I wanted to pass on thanks through to the team, because there was a significant amount of work done, because as I mentioned and where I started, we had to get the allocations better. This council has set a direction for staff as much as possible within the ratios that we set to try and put the fee where it lands. This is a much more sensitive issue than that. So there's been a significant amount of work done. So through you, Mayor Tracy, to Carter. So thank you to yourself and to your team. And again, just to reiterate, it shows the power of a submission and someone coming in and looking at us and on this.
Yep, through your worship. I do also just want to point out further to what Councillor Scott said is that, and I did get told off by our finance manager for this, is I've put in the raw cost between that ratio of 46. In fact, it's a lot higher if we included the overheads and other elements to it. So 40-60 split is actually not 100% correct. It's a lot worse or better, whatever way you want to look at it, that regarding that. So my apologies if that was a little bit misleading as well. There you go.
Thank you. That through costas, councillor Wallace.
Thank you. Just a quick one. On that table, and two questions. One, are we going to do it line by line going forward at the next cut? Because I don't think, as we sit, the motion's right. And I know we haven't made the motion, but it's like, you take one line there, another a close part here, it's 300% dearer than what we're charging. So in one field. So what I'm asking, two questions: A, how do we address this going forward as where it sits now? And are we going to do line by line with factual knowledge?
That's the question. Yeah. Well, this one's wrong. Sorry.
Sorry. Councillor Wallace, if there's one that you would particularly like to discuss, then we can do that. The staff have put a lot of work into it, although, you know, how they've achieved those, I'm quite interested because I probably know the one you're talking about. Did you want to have a conversation about that individually? I think next going forward, Councillor Gill was right. We have a look at, you know, at how we've split that. But is there one that you want to particularly do? Otherwise, it will be a motion as a block.
The land. The land. The land is one, but that's what I mean. Then we're going into lines. If you look around across that graph, not that graph, that table, other places like you've got that Ashes plot. I mean, in that other district, they're 907. It just, yeah. So that's what I mean. It's a big. This is a big area where we just got to try and. We haven't got enough time to. Personally, I don't think it's the right place to pass it. There's a block right here and now, but I mean that's it.
The staff have come back with these recommendations and had a look at everything. So if you've got questions, I guess going forward on individual ones. Yeah. Councillor Wards has got a comment and then Brian.
Well, I'm just trying to make myself very clear. I'm looking at attachment 2 as the proposed cemetery fees and charges that will be reflected in the motion, where that column shows the changes that have been proposed. So it's almost the last page in our, what's page 59. I'm looking at that, not the table that you're referring to, Count.
Because that reflects what we started with and what we've ended up with following the consultation. If I've got that wrong, or am I not?
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, this is what we should be moving the motion on. That.
Page 59. Where you're at, Councillor Wallace, and then Brian, you've got a comment.
I'm going the wrong way.
Thank you, Your Worship. But just a quick comment, and we seem to, you know, with views of fees and charges, we quite often compare with other councils because it is good to get a baseline on where we're sitting. But when you sort of step back away from a lot of this, there's a lot of other factors that determine the cost, and one would be the ratio that we talked about previously. The other would be the amount of cemeteries that we have across from, and then the distance travelled to get to our cemeteries. So, you know, all the way from the top of Mount Bruce to the Whakapo Plains, we have cemeteries spread across those. And for instance, maybe Palmerston North are more centralised in the way, and big cemeteries. And so that even though we can sort of try and get a bit of a comparison between where we sit, and there is good baselines for that, there's no exact science to it. And if you were to compare, you'd need to do a real good analysis across many factors rather than what's shown on their websites.
Carter, you've got a comment?
Through you, Tracy, if I can just add one note, please, is bear in mind the quality of the service we get as well. That's something that's really important. That takes away a lot of staff time. So 1800 might look in comparison to other councils high, but it's not just that amount, it's actually what we get for that amount. And that's something that we really have to bear in mind, is the quality of the service we get. Thank you.
Thanks, Carter. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to make one final comment from my perspective on this one as well. And when we're talking about going through and doing things line by line, we did have the opportunity to do that as councillors. And that's why I want to personally acknowledge, when I was looking at it, that I got it wrong. And I think that that's okay, as long as we're actually willing to look at it and to make those changes. One, I guess, suggestion, and this is something I'm going to personally take on board myself, but also a request, not as a formal motion, but a request for staff, is that we engage, when we're looking at setting our fees and charges, the communities of interest of where they will affect. And I think that that's on us as councillors too. And I was certainly remiss in not doing that for some particular communities of interest, to ensure that we use the consultation period to be able to get the information, but perhaps we might actually be able to fix some stuff up before we even get to that point. So that would be my request of all of us collectively to do it, and I certainly will take that on board myself for something that I will be doing.
Thanks, Councillor. We've all reflected on that. We've reflected on the information that came through. We've reflected on what questions were and weren't asked at the time. And I know that there was quite some new proposals within there that actually took a lot of focus away in that area. But it's always good, you know, those that are experts in those fields. But it's good to hear too, you know, unless the teams came to us and told us some of the challenges that we do have with those, and we're noticing that's increasing as well. Not just focusing on one town cemetery, but actually some of them have, you know, there's big differences between the cemeteries at Mangatanoka versus Dannevirke, even when I go in. But if I know there's one thing that does upset our residents within this district, it is if there is something wrong in the cemeteries, it hurts very, very deeply. So it's imperative that we have the right level of service and the right level of care to the families there. Right, councillors. The only other comment that I had was just really around the. I wanted to understand the cremation side of it and the surcharge charged outside of the district. So Palmerston City Council do charge 10% on top. So that was something that was new to me. So take that on board if anyone wanted to know that cost. Right, I guess the motion is that for councillors. Sorry, there's a bit of flicking around on them.
It's a motion.
Page, Councillor Gilmore. Recommendation on page 34 is Councillor Franklin, that the Finance and Performance Committee agree to the proposed amendment to the cemetery's fees and charges for the inclusion in the long-term plan. Okay. Councillor Ward, seconded Councillor Long. Councillor Ward, do you wish to speak to that?
I just want to reiterate and acknowledge the intent from the submitters to make sure that we've got this right. I concur with Councillor Gilmore that it's been a learning curve for us to have the oversight, but still be able to drill down into particular areas we know will have an impact on parts of our community. And I sincerely thank the team behind you, Carter, that have swiftly addressed this issue and prepared the level of information that we have here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wards. Councillor Long, do you wish to speak to?
Through you, Mayor Tracy, thank you. Yes, I do. I'd like to thank the team and also the submitters, and just that previous to now that I didn't have the compassion. I was probably looking at the dollars on its own as opposed to a bit of heart and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Long. Is there any other comments, speakers to that? There are none. So motion lies, moved by councillor Wards and councillor Long. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Okay.
Tracy, just as information for the councillors, now that we have got the resolution in front of us, what we will be doing is going back and revisiting our revenue funding splits. So in the draft development consultation, I think we had the funding split leaning more towards rates. So what we'll do is revisit that funding split once we finalize the budgets and correct it. So what I will bring forward to when you adopt the LTP, I'll highlight to you what's changed and why that is changed in reflection of today's resolution. Just got to make sure that it is compliant with our influencing policy. Thank you.
Right. Now, 34, 7.7 rates reduction. Now, Raj, I've still got my note here that we're looking at the sector allocation and the underfunding of the transport plan as well to go. And the rates reduction, there's some notes there from the chief executive as comments back to submitters that did talk about affordability. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy, and through you to Brian, thank you very much for your time and presenting some of this information in the way that you have. So just to, I guess, indicate, I will have a motion once I've finished with questions and once there's been discussion, but through you, Mayor Tracy, to Brian, the figures that you've talked about in here, 200,000 approximately for integration of council functions, there's some housing of staff, there's reduction in ED, which should be, and then some vehicle reductions that you've alluded to, among other things. Are these things included in our budgets for year 1 and year 2 currently?
No, so what we've proposed is obviously ongoing efficiencies, because even though we've outlined or informed the community around some of these activities, we actually haven't got associated budgets with them. So these are largely some of those informing items that myself and the executive team will then look at how to implement, and through that, and I think it is the intention from the start is looking around the integration of services to find efficiencies, not just through how we deliver those services, but also making sure that, you know, we've got our facilities open, for instance, rather than on occasion having to close because of sickness and the like. So at this stage, these haven't been budgeted.
Further questions around that? I've made the comment that it's, you know, I think we need a good, we need to keep discussing this so the community understand what we're looking for and the implications of this. I'd like to see that reported. Councillor Wards.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy.
Just to follow on from Councillor Gilmore, and I appreciate there's a lot of operational stuff in here. We're taking you that this is just a bit of an estimate, but there's lots of stuff that has to go on behind the scenes. What would be the fairest way to ensure, Brian, as CE, that we're able to encapsulate this with either a percentage figure or a timeline, or because this this could drift in and out, and I'm just mindful, you know, as Raj and the team have to go away and strike a rate, and we know some of the implications this could have on that. What is the indicator better percentage of rates that you think this might be that would actually make a difference over the next month to actually for us to adopt? I'm trying to find a way of giving you not a target, but you know what I'm trying to say is that for me, I appreciate these estimates, and I know that there can be lots of swings and roundabouts on it, but I'm keen to understand in this paragraph around 7.7.9, there are ways we can bring this rate rise, better smoothed one, whatever we're going to arrive at, down. And I'd be very keen to try and nail either a percentage that you think this might work out across, or a timeline within which we would have not an estimate, but you'd actually see it. Is it in year one we're going to go from this to this? Are we going to?
Through your worship, I think so there won't be a savings in year one because the work happens in year one. So to actually get any real savings is highly unlikely because you're going through the process and implementing those changes. And if it was, it's very difficult to actually put any sort of figure around. I think probably the fairer way is then how we report through the next annual plan process in terms of where we're at. And then those budgets from year two can be adjusted to reflect the changes that we've made. And an example would be if we found a savings of $100,000 for how we sort of rent out some of our facilities that we have people in, then that obviously 100K wouldn't be in the budget from the year forward. So that would probably be a better time to go, actually, these are what the new, and we'll be able to present that in a way. Yeah.
I took the liberty of emailing a motion through to yourself as chair and to Ali earlier today. So I'm not sure how easy it is to get up. Otherwise, I'm happy to read out the motion. This has also been shared with the chief executive earlier. So perhaps if I can, I'll read out my motion and see if I can get a seconder. That's probably a good start. So my motion is that the chief executive is directed to further reduce operational expenditure through rationalisation and operational efficiencies to decrease the overall rating requirement from year one of the long-term plan with further savings in year two. So I seek a seconder for that before I speak.
Thank you. So the motion's there. We have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Fulmer, would you like to speak to your motion?
Most certainly I would. Thank you very much, Your Worship. And appreciate what the Chief Executive talked about of waiting for the annual plan. I'm not willing to wait for the annual plan to have this conversation. This motion is in response to a number of submissions that we received asking us to cut costs. It's clear that significant challenges with water and in our roading network is killing our budgets, really clear from that report that we received, but it'll also do the same for our ratepayers' budgets. We have no choice but to invest in these areas, but we need to understand our ratepayers' limitations in being able to afford it. It's obvious that what we're proposing in our long-term plan is totally unsustainable. By year 10, of the draft, the rates requirement will increase 119.4%. We need to find other ways to take pressure off our people who will be made to pay for all of this. As alluded to before, I was going to propose a 5% cut to operational expenditure, excluding roading and waters. But because I haven't been allowed to see detailed operational budgets, I can't directly identify where the fat is or what the implications will be, which opens up significant risk. I also don't think it's the role of the chief executive to determine levels of service, which is what a percentage motion would require. But I believe we as governors have totally failed to look at levels of service in the context of affordability. Some changes have been signalled throughout this process, but are not included in the budget and won't go far enough. We need to set a culture of restraint and discipline, and as governors, front up and say we can't walk the path that's been set over that 10-year plan, 119.4%. The motion I'm proposing here is modest, but should serve as a signal to our community that we hear them and that we will begin work now to find more savings to rein in costs. Everyone in society must live within their means. Households, businesses, even central governments doing it. If businesses price themselves out of the market, their customers can and will choose another option. That's why innovation occurs, and it's the big difference with councils because our ratepayers don't have another alternative that they can choose. With this in mind, I believe we need to show our ratepayers that we can cut the cloth just like everyone else, and that's why I ask for your support for the motion.
Thank you,
Councillor Wards.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tracy, and thank you, Councillor Gilmore, for so eloquently encapsulating a lot of the thinking that you've heard from me around this table. I worry about the fact that on our long-term plan, we've breached at year 5, and I don't believe ongoing borrowing to do some of the stuff that we can't say that we as governors haven't said no to is no longer an option. Cutting the cloth and taking some of the tough decisions to say no to parts of our community, and a number of us having to deal with the ramifications of that. But as you know, Councillor Wallace so eloquently says, this is our job now. So I endorse this motion the way it's reflected. I really didn't want to have to wait till the annual plan because I think there's stuff we can get on with, and I look forward to debates around what does have to change. We have to shift the dial, and this is the only way we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wards. Does anyone have any questions? Comments?
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. I guess it's not so much a question as a statement in that I agree very wholeheartedly with your comments, Scott, and well spoken. However, it's a very broad and non-specific motion. There's no target there at all, but I do accept that it's worthwhile putting the motion because it sets by this council to achieve the goals that you aspire to. Yeah, and I'd support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. Councillor Wallace.
Through you, Mayor Tracy. To me, I would find that quite offensive if I was the chief executive, because I would like to think that the team that he employs would be their leading aspiration is to get the best deal for our district. We are in, and even across this document and what's happened with the voting here today, we are living in a state of hypocrisy. I think Councillor Scott's got good intent in what he's saying, but also we aren't privy to operational stuff, but we entrust the people that are to do the right thing. So yeah, I don't fully accept that motion as it sits. I would like to, it's quite perplexing because going back to what Councillor John said, there is no, there's a statement, yeah. We all know it's hard out there, yeah. And we're getting, 10 years out, wasn't it? We're all going to be down the Google, in that statement. So it's going to be, yeah. I find that really hard to sit with.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. I'll go Councillor Petty-Weber, Councillor Chase, Councillor Long.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm a little bit with Councillor Wallace. It's quite a big call, and we've just heard from the Chief Executive that that it's be quite hard to trim in year one because we've got to adopt this LTP, and that's a lot of work to get to that stage to cut the cloth in year one. So I do want to, we do need to cut back on spending because we can't keep going how we're going. But I just think that we need to look at it in the next annual plan. And so the staff have got time to have a proper look at reducing the costs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Petty-Weber, Councillor Chase.
Thank you. I agree with actually all of the things that Scott and Sharon have both said, as well as for Councillor Wallace, and maybe it is, maybe he does look at it as offensive to the CE, but I do think it's a bit of a guidance from us as governance to our CE that this is something that we want to do. We want to show to our community that we are looking at finding ways to reduce the rating that we are going out with, because we are going to go out with a high rate. But if we can find ways to rationalise our operational efficiencies to help reduce our rating, I think that's a good thing. I agree with Sharon. Why wait till the annual plan? Why can't we just start looking at it now? I understand that you have said that it's real hard to find a new one, but we also make it happen. I actually have faith that you can make it happen.
Councillor Chase, Councillor Long.
Through you, Mayor Tracy. I think it's a great presentation, and listening to all the councillors. This is going forward. This is looking at what's going forward and making really big decisions, and a lot of it will be on levels of service. So I think cost, level of service, and what we walk away from. And I know already here we're talking about that with surplus buildings and other things in that. So that will bring that forward and really put it on the agenda. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Councillor Sutherland.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. I wasn't privy to Scott's motion prior to this really, but at a symposium that you and I and Councillor Steve went to on Friday, it was an infrastructure symposium, but the issue about costs and council's ability to fund infrastructure and other things became to the fore. And I do recall Bill English, who was looking Kainga Ora, said 15% cumulative rate increases are unsustainable in New Zealand, and that was talked about by other people, leaders of our communities plus private leaders, and that's so true. And the comments were made that most 10-year annual plans were probably half right, third right. They were after year 3 or 4, God knows what. And they talked about every council needs to self-examine what the communities can handle and what they're prepared to give up, but be positive and be open with their communities. And I think Bill English's comment to me said honesty and transparency with the communities is the only way to proceed with this. And I took that on board really. I accept the motion has been made in the best intent, and I think it's a good single. We've had a long-term process through the annual plan, and I think it's been a good process and it's been positive, and we've had submissions, terrific submissions we've had this year. A lot of comments about everything, including affordability, which is close to all our hearts. And I think going forward, that is something that we all are really focused on at the moment, because the infrastructure is taking 60 to 80% of our costs. It's very, very difficult to trim levels of service there without huge effects in the community. The other areas, the feel-good ones, which are going to be tough, libraries and parks and things, that's very, very tough. I accept that the intent is there, and I look forward to that going forward. I think to accept a motion like this on the cusp of trying to get our annual long-term plan in place and breach out the section of the Act that's important worries me, and I wouldn't support this motion right now. Very supportive of the intent, and I would leave it to Brian and the team. I'm sure they've taken on board their comments in the latter part of the long-term plan report, give me positive feelings towards this, and we're all pretty focused on that. That's
Thanks, Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Franklin.
I'm a bit mixed on this one as well. I think it is probably a little bit broad in the wording, that it doesn't actually specify anything in particular. I'm certainly on your side of finding ways to rationalise and make operational efficiencies. Don't have any question about that at all. So it's the how now. It's not the can we, shall we, it's the how, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Franklin.
I have one question, and I guess I'm not sure if this is the chief executive or to you, Raj, but there is risk in this. And when I think I started every long-term plan workshop with, to councillors to remember that, every 1% rates increase was $380,000 worth of expenditure. So the operational efficiencies that are being requested in year one, and I guess it's just, that it is very broad to decrease the overall rating requirement. And then the further savings in year two. So year two, we know those will come, because a lot of it is around level of service that is there. Can I just talk about some of the risks of this, because there'll be areas that you can't cut level of service without consultation, and where those operating efficiencies would be. So I'm not whoever wants to take that.
Thank you, Bishop. I think that, no one around this room, including myself, would disagree with the intent. I think that's, key for us. We do want to keep looking at operational efficiencies, and just want to be clear, we do that as an executive. We're, part of our role. And when we do get together, we're always sort of challenging each other about efficiencies. I have managers wanting more and more in terms of looking at their workloads, and we push back on that. So we're always doing that. And I think even through this process, we've heard the comments around cutting the cloth. We've done that. We've definitely, we wouldn't be doing our jobs, to be honest, if we haven't done that. And we've been through the budgets multiple times, and I've sort of highlighted the point within this document that we keep going back to stripping and stripping. What we've got in terms of our budgets now was significantly less than we've had over the 3 years that I've been here. Now, it might not look like that in dollar terms, but because of everything costing more, the actual real terms in terms of what we've got to spend is significantly less. Just like roading, we got more money in roading, but we do less with it. No, our other budgets aren't exempt from that same scenario as well. I think going back to Mayor Tracy's question, that there's absolute risk in terms of going out and consulting on what our rates increases might be. Even around this table this morning, that's gone up, not down. So that's gone up. And then before 31 July, I would need to come up with a plan which has a decrease on what's been agreed around this table today with other efficiencies in there. And that, to me, is probably untidy process, and I don't think the auditors would be favourable of us going through all of this process, and then between now and then I look at what those overall rating requirement reduces. So for instance, we come up with we leave here and it's around 13-14%, I would need to reduce that. And I appreciate Councillor Scott's not put a figure around that, and I could be sneaky with that because of that word, and I don't think that would be transparent of me to do that, because there has to be something substantial is what I'm hearing around this table. But then I've still got to deliver on the LTP. I've got to deliver year 1 through to 10 of the LTP, and if I'm reducing anything significant or from between now and then, would I be able to say to an auditor that I would absolutely put my hand on my heart that I'll be able to I'm not too sure, because I'd need to go through that process of what operational efficiencies we could find. And the reality, a lot of those operational efficiencies, and if I look at where we've already stripped in terms of any sort of excess budget lines, would be more around the people to be able to deliver on the LTP. And when you start going through those processes, they come at a cost as well. So that's why I'm saying in year 1, we're really going to look at overall our efficiencies, all of the items within the consultation document that we said that we're going to do. They will produce the efficiencies, but they won't produce them from year 1. And even, there's a lot of rhetoric around the government cutting, and I think, 5-7% there. They're not cutting it, they're just shifting it. And that's something we've got to realise. That money just didn't disappear when they cut. So for us, if we took the same thing, it would be moving money from one department to the other department. But that's what we tend to do all the time as well, saying, look, this area over here, project management being an example, has a huge project management program, increase staff, reduce it over there. So we're doing all this stuff all the time. So I get it. I get what's trying to be achieved here, the intent of it, and there is a commitment that we will continue to look at operational expenditure. But as the resolution stands there, I do think there's risk in terms of the LT process and the auditing process that goes with that.
Thank you, Raj.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Thank you, Brian. Let's see. I guess first is a rigor of the process. If I were to be absolutely blunt here, in the LTP process took us about 18 months to go through that rigor, look at each activity, decide strategy, budgets, and arrive at LTP consult. I'm just concerned that rigor in this is lost, because what I'm seeing from the resolution, I think the discussion here was no specificity in regards to what we're doing. Fine, savings. It's where, what cuts, are we changing level of service? We just talked about today through the whole process, and I think it was referred to many times to say we hear from the community specifically that the consult feedback on that specific item. That's what they wanted, and we refer to that and that's good rigor. Whereas here we are tasked to find savings, good impact level of service, where's specificity in regards to us engaging community. So that's one thing that I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to reconcile in my head regards to what we should do. The other thing is a comment was made about this is the only option that we have about operation savings. I think throughout the LTP we did find savings. And Brian has included in here where we landed first and how we actually had the rigor in arriving at the numbers. And even if
if you're looking at what cost drivers are for us, it's not in the operational spend. It was costs that we can, in a sense, we call it uncontrollable costs in terms of interest costs that we're facing because of the investment that we're doing, the debt increases, the depreciation asset renewal. So those are the things where we had increases, not on operational spend. That wasn't the biggest number that we go through. So staff have gone through the fine-tooth comb in identifying and containing costs as where we are. And also in the LTP, we've included things that we're doing. Remember the 10-year plan. It's not a one-year plan. We said that we're going to do a 17A review, various activities where we want to see how we can make further cost savings with a lot of rigor. I remember the conversation here in the chambers. You said, great, you're doing a 17A review, Raj. It's great you're doing that, because wrap around that process is that rigor that we need. That we are making decisions here through that rigor, that we're thinking about what Mayor Tracy, you asked me about the consequence of this. And then we're making sure that if we're deciding on something, we are changing how the service is delivered, we are quite clear about the consequence of the process. And we're bringing not just the elected members along with us, we're bringing the community along with us. So I'm trying to think, what change is Brian going to make to the LTP, where he's not going to bring along the elected members? I'm thinking about the process here. So is Brian going to go away and make his savings and on his own? Or is Brian going to bring it back to the elected members here and decide on what savings? And then how are we going to bring the community along with us to say, those are the furthest changes and level of service? And then the element of consultation, just kicking in. The risk. So I'll go back to the risk, Mayor Tracy. You asked me about the risk. The risk that I have, and this is significant. The risk that I have with this resolution is that I have a resolution that is not reflected in the LTP that I'm going to present to the auditors on Monday. Because you've asked Brian to look at further savings in year one. That's already very specific. So in the next 2 days, Brian's got to go away, working with his team, find that savings and reflect that in the LTP, because that's what you're asking us to do. That's whole process that we have in arriving at adopting an LTP, going to the rigor of an audit process, 31st July, to me a risk, because they don't balance. The resolution is to be reflected in the LTP, and that's what we're trying to do here. All the resolution that you passed today, Sarah's going to go away and give effect to it, so that auditors could say, this is what the council's resolved to do. Where in the LTP have you reflected it? We'll walk it through. I'm going to struggle with this regards to the clause. 2 days. So there is a process here that I think I'm concerned about, and I think the work that we are intending to do in the LTP. I think Brian talked about this as well, and I think some council alluded to. Staff who pulled this budget together. If you heard the staff presentation, affordability was on top of our mind. That's one of the first things that we talked about. So staff have considered this, and the LTP, the 10-year plan, especially the first 3 years, reflects what we're trying to do in terms of achieving that outcome, which is ensuring that we manage our cost, we look at efficiency, and we find further savings for the community. So that's rigor. To me, that's the rigor, and I just feel like that's lost here in a resolution. I know some councils have done this. When I talk to my peers, they have put in a percentage, and I just feel like it's, from a process point of view, I think it's difficult for us, and I think I just feel